before the piano wakes. The coughing does. It rises in the dim square of your room like a stubborn ghost, first a tickle in someone else's throat, then a chorus of it, overlapping and wet, tossed between plaster walls the color of tired teeth. You don't even open your eyes yet. You've learned the room by sound. May's cough is low and steady. Birdie's is an excited staccato that tries to be a laugh, and Clara's starts as a sniffle, as if she could convince herself it's just the morning air and not what she's seen on handkerchiefs. Downtown. You are the sixth body in a space made to store trunks, not people. 2 bedsteads, 3 mattresses. You share the wall with the alley, which means the light comes in thin and reluctant, as if it too had to pay first. Up, May says, not unkindly. She has a mountain woman voice, smooth around the edges, used to calling calves and drunks with equal economy. Miss Delia, I'll ring if you don't move. Miss Delia Stackhouse runs this housey street, Virginia City, where silver turns men into prophets and then into paupers in the same season. She is not the worst person who could hold your money. She is not the best either. She is practical the way rain is practical, inevitable, cooling, and sometimes inconvenient. You've slept under her roof for 3 weeks. Everyone keeps telling you the first month is the hardest, as if hard were measurable in weeks. You swing your feet to the floor, and it is cold in the way that gets into your bones like a new religion. A soft bundle under your head pretends to be a pillow. You pretend to believe it. The sheet smells of lie and other people's decisions. You push hair off your face with your wrist because your hands are something you're saving. Like you save the nicer stockings and that one coin you never spend but cannot stop touching. Birdie is already up. And at 16 she moves in flurries, as if youth were a wind only she can feel. She has a ribbon in her hair that was once blue. Morning, sweetheart, she says to everyone all at once. Clara is from a place with brick row houses and 2 parents who imagined better outcomes. She does not talk about Boston. Boston is a favor she owes herself and cannot repay yet. Her back is a fine set of parentheses when she laces her corset tight enough to suggest an hourglass to men who measure time by paydays. May has been here longest. She gives you advice the way some people pass bread at a table regularly and without keeping score. Basin's got fresh, she says, which is a way of saying it has 2 inches of not yet grey water in it and you should hurry. Birdie, stop hogging the mirror, it won't give you interest. The porcelain basin lives in the corner like a tired dog. Someone wedged it on a chair so it sits at hip height. There's a little rectangle of lye soap beside it, the kind that burns the knuckles but kisses the conscience. You dip the rag. You do not use the word clean here. You say presentable, and even that is a kind of prayer. There is a knock on the door jamb. Then the door fills with Miss Delia's, a dark skirt that means business, and a morning face that is not for customers. She has the ledger under one arm and a cup of coffee in her hand. No one knows how she sleeps. Some say she doesn't. Morning girls, she says, eyes counting heads and wrists and the quickness with which you reach for your hairpins. Shifts out in 40. The buckeyes skimming, so we'll get the overflow. I want teeth scrubbed and hem straight. And if I catch anyone taking a drink before noon, I'll have you shelling peas for Jim instead of earning 2-bit. Tom Jim too, the ones who like him runs the bar and knows when to pretend the whiskey is thicker than it is. He was a boxer in a past life and keeps a rag slung over his shoulder like an apology. How much water today? May asks, and it is not small talk. 20 gallons for the whole house, Miss Delia says, as if announcing a holiday. Price went up again. They say snow's bad in the Sierra. You do the math the way you do all hard sums by feel. 20 gallons for 13 souls, plus kitchen, plus floors. It isn't enough, but it will be what it is, because this town measures cleanliness by coins and luck. In your old life, your mother ran water from a tap because the city promised it to her. Here, boys with scarred palms bring it in buckets and charge extra for steps. Birdie fishes in the tin of tooth powder and winks at you through breath that smells like last night's sugared whiskey. Ladies first, she says. And you wonder when anyone last called. Any of you that without a price attached to it, you dip your finger in the powder. Grit against gums. Spit into the chamber pot with everyone's unbothered grace. Outside hooves strike the street and the day declares itself. There is the metallic hiss of an assay bell, the hoot of a man who won something at cards or lost his mind, and the far-off clatter of the bucket-brigade rattling down D Street with the confidence of small kings. Miss Delia's coffee lifts in her hand as she speaks again. 2 things. 1. There's a rumour new Marshall is fond of spectacle. Keep your papers neat and your lines neater. 2. Anyone sees that red-bearded jackass from the slipper, you fetch me. He's got a memory like a sieve and knuckles like brass. We're not sending anyone to Doc Simmons before supper. Clara meets your eye. There is a current here an exchange rate between glance and warning. You nod. And the nod means you will not go upstairs with anyone who wears a red beard. And a bad idea, when you are dress presentable, functional, a dress that chooses the middle distance between Sunday and laundry. Day you sit on your mattress and pull the knife to your lap. It is no larger than your hand and short enough to hide in your garter. Birdie calls it a kitten. May calls it insurance. Your stomach calls it courage when there is none. Let me, May says. She fastens it fast, sure, the leather tongue biting into the strap with a soft, efficient sound. You keep the handle toward your knee. If you ever need it, you want to draw, not fish. You have held a lot of things in your life, Bibles, letter openers, the rough hand of a man who forgot your name. Nothing sits on your leg with such ambivalence. You do not want to need it. You might need it anyway. Downstairs, the house is half shadow, half promise. Sawdust on the floor already, a bright raw colour that fades to a compromise as the day goes on. Tom is setting out glasses with the rhythm of a man who knows his own heartbeat. The piano hunched in the corner looks like the back of a mule. Later, a blue-eyed player named Wit will coax it into earning its keep. Morning, angels, Tom says, and the word is a joke and a benediction. He taps the fresh barrel like a magician. The Pullman came in on time. We'll get clerks pretending to be bankers. Clerks pay cash, Miss Delia says, sliding behind the bar to give the shelf a meaningful glance. She never counts money in public, but you always know when she's counting. There is stew in the kitchen, and the kitchen is where the house is itself, off stage, honest. The stove eats with like a starving man. The pot spits an aroma you want to call home but settle for calling breakfast. Salt, pork and cornmeal swim in it. Birdie says grace with a mouth full of spoon, and everyone calls that a sin, and an insurance policy doesn't need grace. May says, needs pepper. You eat standing up, because sitting down feels like a luxury of the evening world. Miss Delia takes her coffee black and her news mixed. Double quotes. Mrs. Harkness sent a boy, she says, as if referring to weather. Wants a contribution for the school roof. Send $1 from the house bottle and $2 from the jar. Anonymous as church. You picture Mrs. Harkness' stiff silk eyes, like a measuring cup that always comes up short. She pulled her skirt away from your sleeve once, as if thread were contagious. You imagine the school roof and the way sound would bounce off proper beams. You imagine a little girl with clean hands learning to write silver, and not having to smell it first. You clear bowls with Birdie and Clara, and the three of you form a small, efficient machine rinse, stack, wipe. The talk at the washtub is what the pulpit tries and fails to be on us. Gossipy, occasionally kind. Did you sleep? Clara asks. Her voice is muffled by steam and resignation. Some, you lie. Because sleep is an admission you don't always earn. I dreamed about green, Birdie says. And everyone looks at her the way you look at a rare mineral. Eager, careful. Like the kind that happens on trees without anyone planning it. Trees are expensive. May says, from the doorway with a smile that says she remembers and she regrets, both at once. Miss Delia claps twice. She doesn't have to be loud. Paint up, she says. And if you must, rouge. Remember, you are not tomatoes. The ritual is older than the house. Rice powder to take the night off your face. A touch of carmine that says you're alive without screaming it. A dab of something sweet behind the ear, for the man who will not forgive the smell of work. You press the stopper into the bottle with unusual care. The perfume cost half a night last month, and you tell yourself it smells like the inside of a promise. Show your teeth. May says, but not your molars. What about my opinions? You ask, because safety finds you mouthy sometimes. Wrap M in velvet, she says. Or brandy. You practice the smile you used to save for birthdays. It feels like a learned language on your face. Inside you, a steadier self puts its hands flat on a table and breathes. The first shadows appear on the frosted front, glass the shapes of men who walk as if the street owes them balance. The door swings and morning commits to the inside. Dust motes turn. The first man in is not a miner, not by boots or cough or the distance in his eyes. He wears a store coat and new hopes. He is careful about how he looks at you, stagey, testing his own courage. You meet him halfway, because halfway is where everything gets done here. Desire and deals, religion and regret. Welcome to the E Street house, you say in a voice you have sanded smooth. Thirsty. Parched, he says. He puts 2 coins down with the small flourish of a man performing for himself. Tom, you say, looking at the bartender, but really. You're speaking to the room, to May and Birdie and Clara and the piano and the ledger. Pour the gentleman something he'll thank us for. Whiskey, he says. Water, Miss Delia murmurs, passing so close you can smell coffee and ambition. For the lot of you, water first. You think of the buckets, the boys, the Sierra's stinginess, the arithmetic of rinsing fear out of a morning. You think of how every civilization is built on whether the water bucket tips to your side of the room. You drink and the ache in your throat loosens. It tastes like someone paying attention. The man in the store coat is talking. They always are. Men explain themselves like horses stamp. He shows you his hands soft with paper, not ore. He mentions a claim as if it were a sister. He asks you where you're from, and you think of the word from like a door you closed gently but firmly. Back east, you say, and it is both an answer and a refusal to map your heart for him. Wit arrives and the piano finds key. The room leans toward the sound, subtle as a plant toward light. Upstairs, on a trunk, Your valise waits half-packed with the things you'd take if you had to walk out in your shift one night and never look back letters. A pretty comb with a missing tooth, the coin you don't spend. A small print of a woman sitting at a sewing machine pretending that effort is safety. The man laughs at something you said. Nothing special, a reflex line you offer when the talk nears danger. He does not ask the price yet. He is not drunk enough. He is not certain enough to put a number next to your name. A shadow crosses the glass and Clara stiffens. You follow her gaze to the door and see the red beard before the man it belongs to. He comes in with a kind of ownership that everything in you resists. Miss Delia's smile drops half an inch. Tom's hand goes to the shelf. Not for a bottle, for a small club nobody mentions and nobody wants to need. May is a wall without moving. She is between Birdie and the red beard before the bell above the door settles from its jangle. Morning, she says, and the word is cold as water poured down a fire. I'm welcome everywhere, Redbeard says, bragging as if anyone asked. Not everywhere, Miss Delia says from behind the bar. She doesn't raise her voice. She does not need to. The house carries it with respect. You've got a tab you didn't settle at the slipper and a temper you didn't settle with your maker. You want a drink, you put money down. You want company, you put double and you show your hands. He grins the way a dog shows teeth. His palms land on the bar-scarred, red-rimmed fingernails. Miss Delia glances, and it reads like a prayer book to her. Sober enough for talk, broke enough for trouble, dirty enough to be somebody else's problem. Out, she says, plain. He makes the mistake of looking at Birdie. She makes the miracle of looking through him. May shifts her weight to her back foot, the way you've seen fighters do before they decide a room. And Redbeard, perhaps future smart, perhaps favoured by some small mercy laughs, like he meant it as a joke, and turns. The bell scolds him as he leaves. Your breath arrives back in your chest, one heartbeat late. You tip your glass to May. She tips 2 fingers to her brow. The piano, which paused, remembers a waltz. The storecoat man finally finds the nerve he came in here to buy. He leans in, voice softer, buying privacy in the middle of noise. Might you have time, miss? Names are things you arrange here with care. You give him the one you use when you like yourself a syllable that doesn't scrape on your teeth. For a conversation, you say, and the euphemism is a carpet rolled over a hole in the floor. Of course, he says, as if he thought of it. You put your hand on the bar, and Tom, who loves the house, sets down the little saucer where cash goes, and the clink it makes is the purest sound in Virginia City. Miss Delia's ledger waits with its neat columns and its math that decides whether the hip bath is warm tonight and whether Mary the house's uneasy sister. Always 2 steps from fever gets the doctor before the church does. Check his hands, May whispers when no one is listening, and his temper. You nod and it's more than a nod. It's the whole job. It's the difference between a story you tell at breakfast and a silence that settles over a chair at supper time. It's the way you look for stars in a sky that never promised any. The bell rings again. Day shifts out. The room inhales. The house wakes fully. You smooth your dress where it wants to remember another life, and you smile the smile you're paid for and the one you save. You think of what you have, what you spend, what you carry upstairs for someone else's notions of clean. Before the piano wakes, the coughing does. Before the money arrives, the rules do. Before anyone sees you, you decide who you're going to be on for how long. Asterisk, the call comes like a bugle. Water. Everybody in the house lifts its head. You can feel it even upstairs, the way voices sharpen, the way feet find the floor, the way hope turns its face to the door like a sunflower. In Virginia City, water has a sound all its own. The slosh in wood buckets, the shiver of hoops on staves, the wet knock when the carrier sets them down and names his price. Miss Delia is already halfway down the stairs. Ledger forgotten on the landing, a general with her troops strung out behind her in stockings and hurried dignity. The door opens onto pale winter light, and a boy who has learned to stand like a man when he's owed. He's small for the weight he carries, bare arms cabled from work, hair too long for church, eyes like distilled weather. 20 gallons, he says, voice hard with the certainty that comes from supplying the one thing nobody can talk themselves out of. Plus, you're 6 for wash. 18, Miss Delia counters without looking down at his buckets. 10 cents a gallon, and I'm not paying a penny extra for melt you scooped off a roof. The boy blinks. Surprised she saw through him. She always does. He darts a glance past her shoulder for pity, for leniency, for a woman's softness. It's a rookie mistake. Miss Delia's softness is a locked room where she writes checks to schools and sends chickens to widows. And it never shows itself in the front hall. Here she is, arithmetic. 10, she repeats. And you bring me a receipt scratched on anything that isn't rotten wood. You get 11 next time. 10, he agrees, because boys who work with buckets measure power in staircases and Miss Delia's are steep. We carry inside 2 at a time for the stout girls. 1 for those of us who are learning our legs. The wood staves leave your palms smelling like old barrels and splinters. The water's cold as silver at dawn. It sloshes against your shin when you misjudge a step and you feel waist like a sting. Careful, May murmurs behind you. She moves the way big cats dream. They don't spill, they glide. Wet floors break ankles, and you can't earn on your back in daylight. In the kitchen, Tom clears space as if he's waiting on a queen. The big iron stove chuffs and sighs. The white breath of it beads on the window like a postcard from summer. He tips 2 buckets into the great copper kettle with a tenderness he hasn't shown any living thing. The sound is a revelation, water hitting metal, water being tamed, water choosing heat over stubborn winter. First tub for the hip bath, Miss Delia orders, making marks in a column you know by heart. Water 2.00, wood 1.50, soap 0.25, birdie, you drew first scrub. Try not to occupy it like you own stock. New rulewit gets a basin to himself. The man plays better when he doesn't smell like mining rope. Birdie bounces. 16, hungry for warmth the way her bones are hungry for calcium. She is undressing before the bath is half-heartedly disguised by a sheet strung across a corner. Shame is a town away when temperatures drop this low and skin remembers kindness. Do not faint, May says. Not to Birdie alone, who faints. Birdie says, even as she hip sinks into the tub and exhales so loudly the house grins. Oh saints, this is what clouds feel like. The rest of us are triage nurses, for the remainder pour to the washstand. 2 inches to the porcelain basin upstairs. A little saved back for boiling cloths and making the carbolic solution that stings and cleans in equal measure. We are conserving generals with bad news to deliver to our own future selves. There will not be enough. Not for hair and not for making a day think it smells better than it does. Clara appears with a tin of tooth powder the size of a rich woman's powder box. The good stuff from San Francisco, she says, which means 3 of us put in 2 nights. Tips last week when the traveling drummer came through with his wagon of miracles and lies. She caps it again quickly after she dabs her finger. Rationing is an art here. We'll go back to salt and baking soda when this is gone. We always do. Spare a sliver. Soap? Miss Delia asks, pivoting with the economy of a hawk. And in the question you hear 100 other negotiations safe passage. Quiet words, the ledger balance between rivals. Vinegar, Daisy says. Pennyroyal, if you've got any to spare. She doesn't say why. She doesn't have to. Survival here is a recipe we share even when we don't share customers. Bring that blue bottle. Second shelf, May tells you. And 2 ounces of the cheap cider. Daisy, you do it sparing. You don't need to make a garden out of yourself. Daisy nods, shame scattered by necessity. She takes the bottle and a paper twist with something bitter inside. I'll put a coin with the boy, she says, meaning the water carrier, meaning she pay in the way we pay across, around, through. Never straight up. Tell Mag if Redbeard tries her door tonight. I've got a deputy who owes me, Miss Delia says, without looking up from the ledger, which is as much diplomacy as money. Daisy dips her head and is gone. A shadow swallowed by the alley. Birdie emerges pink as something new from the hip bath. Steam lifting off her like a saint's aura. She wraps in a towel with degenerately pleased noises and then hands the water to May as if she were passing down a family recipe. May swirls a hand, decides it will serve, and climbs in with the long-limbed modesty of a woman who hasn't got time to be anything else upstairs. We make the morning into something like a plan. Hems get a stern talking to. Stockings learn to lie about their runs. There's a tear under the arm of my one dress that qualifies as good, the one I wear when men arrive with pocket watches and a habit of looking at ceilings. I set a light behind the fabric and thread a needle thin enough to mend the lie. Silk, Clara says, handing me a spool. Use long strokes. Keep the seam story intact. She says it in that Boston tone that turns instruction into something maternal. On the bed beside us, the knife lies where May buckled. It a small black thought I will tie to my leg when the time comes. Downstairs again. The kitchen is now a theatre steam clink. The amber hush of brandy poured into 4 little glasses. To commas, Miss Delia says, and we laugh because it is both ridiculous and true. The amber burns a disciplined path down. You can feel the shoulders of the house drop a half. Liquid courage is cheaper than medical courage and twice as available. War paint, May declares, toweling her hair, and the phrase makes something inside you stiffen and stand, the way soldiers do when drums find them. We gather at the table that can be a desk, a pharmacy, or an altar depending on hour. Today it is all 3. Clara opens her tin of rice powder. Birdie has squared off little books of rouge like candy. One is the colour of apples and one of blood, and we all argue lightly about which is which. I take the stubby stick of charcoal and warm it between my fingers before I touch it to my lashes light, like whispering to something feral. Not too much, Miss Delia says without looking. We sell suggestion, not spectacle. Speak for yourself, Birdie chirps, then meets her own grin in the mirror and rubs away a streak with the heel of her hand. All right, all right. Suggestion, it is. May lines her mouth with something that has probably seen Mercury in its day. Her hand is steady. She makes art of it in the way women do when a mirror is the only place they're allowed to be selfish. You hear about Sally Dow. She says, voice offhand but not uncaring. From the slipper, Tom asks from the doorway, pretending to polish a glass while staying for the news he'd never admit he needs. Her gums, May says, tapping her own teeth. Lost to that new rouge of hers eats more than paint off her face. We don't buy from the man with the mules, Miss Delia says, a rule that lands in the room like a book on a table. If it didn't come in a case with labels that don't smell like the alley, we don't put it on our skin. She watches us anyway as we dab and dust. She can't stop monitoring dose and daring like a midwife delivering beauty. Breathe through your nose, Clara reminds without judgment, passing me the tiny corked bottle of something floral that makes my ears think of Paris, though I've never been. The day's got a smell, and men pay for the moment you make them forget it. What if I want to forget it? I ask before I remember. You don't say that kind of thing aloud. If you plan on being useful, you will, May says. No softness and no cruelty, and puts a fingertip of carmine at the bow of my lip. But not by noon. Wit slips in then, blue eyes wreathing apology around a body that knows exactly how much it's worth to a room. He takes the basin Tom set aside and a towel and nods thank yous that are gravy on a favor already granted. His hands are piano hands, clever, cautious, useful. You smell better than you look, Tom says, and Wit grins like he's heard that joke in 6 towns and still enjoys it. There's a knock on the back. Again, this time the butcher's boy. Cheeks slapped by wind, a wrapped bundle like a gift for a house that doesn't get gifts. £3, best cuts, he says, and then lowers his voice. Ma says she's grateful for the roast last month when Pa had the fever. She won't say it in front of the church ladies, but she told me to tell you. Miss Delia doesn't thaw in public. She taps the ledger instead. Tell your mother to send word if the baby's cough stays past Wednesday, she says, which is more than enough, thanks to make the boy's ears pink. He scoots out the way he came, whistling like someone who has seen a dragon and lived to carry its groceries. With the water rationed and the paint applied, the next hour is corsets and logistics. We lace each other hands on ribs, breath counted like debts, the soft curse when a string catches skin. There's a rhythm to it the men would not understand. Pull, pause, listen for the body's answer. Birdie asks for tight, and then thinks better when she's pink at the edges. I want the waist, not the swoon, she admits, and May's eyebrow affirms the math. Shoes, Miss Delia says. Clean heels, tidy toes. If you can't afford to resole, you can afford to wash. Pay first, May adds, like adding salt to stew. It flavors everything. Check hands, eyes, Clara puts in. You can see a lie before it touches you if you watch a man's eyes. Keep an exit in your pocket, Tom says, setting a glass down gently enough to make it a vow. And in your head, a shadow slides across the kitchen door. Pearl from the magnolia, delivering news the way birds deliver weather. Marshall's been sniffing at the slipper, she says. He's got that performance look. Might swing by after supper for a show. Stage him something else, Miss Delia says dryly. Wit, go play at the Miners' Union for an hour after 9. Give him somewhere respectable to stand. She tears a scrap from the back page of a bill of lading and scribbles a name that opens doors. And Tom, pour a welcome basket. The gentleman likes rye and flattery. Pearl huffs a laugh. You run a church from a bar. I run a business, Miss Delia says, which in this town is sometimes the same thing. Now tell Mag to lock her alley door and put her doves upstairs early. Pearl nods and is gone. We gather what's left of our breath as if it's the missing ribbon we were sure we packed. It is almost opening. The house sheds its private skin the way you turn a pillow to the cool side. Lamps are trimmed. Sawdust is scattered anew on the scuffed floor. It will be old in an hour. Tom runs a cloth along the bar with the solemnity of a baptism. Whit flexes his fingers and touches 2 keys, just 2. Make sure the room still knows what a melody is. May tucks my knife into the garter with a single-minded tenderness. That makes me think of mothers and bandage wraps. Handle toward the knee, she reminds. If you ever need it, you want straight lines, not searching. Birdie kisses her fingertips and pats the mirror. Hello, beautiful mischief, she tells her reflection, who believes her. Clara folds the good towel once more and sets it aside like hope for later. Somewhere overhead, the kettle clicks into a softer version of a boil, water making its last argument of the morning. Miss Delia checks our faces like a captain checks sails. One by one, she tilts our chins in her palm, as if we were horses being sold and needed our teeth inspected. It is not unkind. It is appraisal and prayer. You look like money and mercy, she says finally, which from her is poetry. Remember no free comforts, no long goodbyes. And if a man tells you a story that wants to swallow you, you give him a better one that keeps you standing. I tie the ribbon at my throat into a bow that says something I can live with. My stomach is a bird that cannot decide if it's trapped or flying on purpose. I think of the Bathurst heat still holding in my bones in small places, the inside of my elbows, the notch behind my ear, and I store that for later, when the night is long and the customers are longer. The front room waits with the false innocence of a stage before a murder scene in a cheap play. It's only chairs and light right now. Only glass and wood and the patient animal hum of a piano. Ladies, Tom says with a tiny bow that has more respect in it than entire churches have ever mustered. Shall we? The first door you open each day is the one inside your face. You unlatch it in the mirror. Let the smile out just far enough to look like a habit, not a scream. You tilt your chin the way Miss Delia showed you, so the lamplight makes a soft argument on skin that has worked for its living. You breathe in the stacked scents of the room, sawdust, tobacco, soap that stings like memory. A ribbon of carbolic acid on, decide which ones belong to you and which you'll pretend not to notice. Mind your eyes, May says, which is how she says watch everything and promise nothing. The bell over the front door is a thin, eager thing that wants to please. It flutters when Tom swings the door wide and the morning becomes public. Light slides in on the slick soles of boots. Dust wakes in the air and shows off. 2 men hesitate just inside the threshold the way boys do before a pond. Welcome, you say, and the word is a bridge you lay with your mouth. We've got coffee, rye, and Whit's piano if you're feeling sentimental. Never thought sentiment could be purchased, one of them says, smiling like he hopes that makes him special. In Virginia City, Tom answers, polishing a glass that's already clean. Everything negotiates. They're night shift men by the way they blink against daylight skin, a color you can't buy in stores. A pale band where a hat lives, miners' wrists roped with work. They smell like the underside of the earth and the decision to climb out of it. Their fingernails are clean. Their hands are not. May's tip from the kitchen flickers in your head. Fresh pay makes for clean nails, and so you let the smile travel a step closer to genuine. Coffee first, you tell them, setting thick mugs where their money will go. It's the kind that steadies hands and ruins other coffee forever. One for my partner, the taller one says, nodding toward the shorter man with the careful smile. He's not used to E Street. You glance at the partner, the way you've been taught to glance, low and fast, harvesting detail without getting stuck in it. His eyes spark when the piano tests a run of notes. His shoulders carry a story you could ask about but won't. He's the one who will fall in love with the idea of you while his friend is still counting ounces in his head. You played that song at the Union Hall last week, the partner says to Wit, who looks youthful until his fingers touch keys. Had a woman crying into her gloves. I just borrowed it, Wit says. Old tune, new town, like all of us, Tom mutters, setting the rye within reach of the men who've earned it by waking up twice today. The door sings again. A clerk in a store coat pauses in the light like a man rehearsing humility. His hat is city-made. His hands are knotting salted around the nails, a paper cut healing on his thumb. He isn't used to making a show of his money. He's used to stacking it in columns. You can tell by the way he sets coins on the bar, straight, polite lines, no flourishes. He's here to act like a banker, to try on the way men move in a room where women choose. Afternoon, he says, too loudly for morning. Men calibrate time by shift, not clock, and he's a little off. It will be, if you eat something, Miss Delia answers, gliding past with a tray of glasses that tinkle like encouragement. She throws the line toward all of you, a net to catch headaches before they become mistakes. Wit, give me something the church could love, if it tried. He plays a waltz that sounds like a better childhood. A pair of businessmen at the back table go soft in the face for a verse before remembering that they're hard men. Today, the clerk's eyes find you in the mirror behind the bar. It's where they all look first at, the safe place to desire, the you that can't turn away when it's made of tin and glass. You turn yourself to meet him, slow enough to look expensive and quick enough to look kind. He lifts his hat a fraction, signaling manners. You let yours show, signaling you won't punish him for having them. Buy you a glass? He asks, already flushed with the courage of the question. Coffee now, you say, tapping your own mug with a fingernail. Later, if you're charming, we can negotiate poetry. It's May's joke, but it works from your mouth. Too, he laughs. The way men laugh when they think they've earned a secret and set a coin on the saucer. It makes that satisfying clink that means the house will eat and your future got an ounce heavier dot in the far corner. Two ranch hands argue softly about cattle as if the cows might be listening. One of them has his hat brim snapped so low you can barely see eyes. The other watches the room like a coyote does hungry. Sure, he could take what he needs, but not today. Jenny drifts to them a curve of cloth, and Nervand sits in a chair as if it appeared by accident under her. She has the kind of laugh that makes a door look open even when it's locked. May watches from the bar, counting breaths between the men's jokes like a midwife listening for what's wrong. Don't crowd him, Miss Delia says from nowhere without looking where you are. He crowds easy. You've learned to take orders issued to air. She doesn't call names from habit. She calls whether. You adjusted your hem earlier when her voice said ankles like a barometer dropping. Now, you soften the shoulders of your smile and let your eyes do more than your hands. The town's daylight hypocrisy slants across the floor at 10 minutes to noon. To wives you've seen leading hymns, steer skirts toward the far side of the street. Fabric held a few inches higher when they pass your windows. Never mind the mud. They don't look inside. They look up at the wooden sky of the balcony as if it might owe them a miracle. Their husbands have the good manners to tip hats when they see Delia at the grocer's. But that's nighttime's secret handshake, not morning's courtesy, roof fund, Tom murmurs, nodding to the women like a man tipping to actors after recognizing the play. His rag visits the same clean circle of the bar. Wonder if they'll name a beam after us. They'll name it Providence, Miss Delia says, but they'll spell it like ours. The door opens to a blast of smarter cold. A woman in an expensive dress steps just inside and goes stiff with the recognition of her own audacity. She wears respectability like a soldier wears uniform, heavy, reassuring, not made to kneel. Her chin is sharp enough to cut linen. You remember her from the church steps, the one who plays organ like a general but smiles at babies like a thief. Mrs. Finch, Miss Delia says, voice warm and even. You've come about the school? She does not ask. She does not rescue. She names. The woman swallows twice and produces an envelope she holds as if it might burst into flames. Anonymous, she says, trying the word on in this room. From a friend to education. From a friend, Miss Delia agrees. She takes the envelope and sets it next to the ledger without peeking. It will go in the correct column later. Expenses, public good. You've seen that column. It has room, always. It is why the house is still standing. The organist misses. Finch almost turns to you. You see the vector of it, the impulse to look, to inventory, to measure the distance between women and wonder what it costs. But she stops herself and steps back into daylight, where her shadow is something she can keep an eye on. Plenty of ways to be brave, May says, watching the door settle, some of them quieter than others. By noon, the room has warmed from breath and transaction. The sawdust is starting to look like history. Wit leans into a mournful tune, and somebody at the back calls it a waste of good keys. He ties a bow on the song with a little flourish to save its dignity and slides into something with a backbeat you can sell beer to. A man with red dust on his sleeves and a new hat makes himself large near the piano. You know his type strike lucky. His hands are too clean. His wrists are too eager. He's swept a claim with a whisper of wealth, and now he's sweeping rooms for attention that shines. He tips when you smile. He tips when you breathe. You mark him as today rich, which is a sunset kind of fortune. He smells like the last 14 hours of his life. You're new, he says. Curiosity crisping the edges of the words. New enough, you say, which is a fence that keeps out wolves and lets in lambs. I can always tell, he says. There's a what do call it bloom. You can buy flowers next door, Tom says, rolling the rag around his hand like a short leash on a dog's neck. Here you rent good company. Laughter moves across the room like a tide finding its favorite rock. The new hat man laughs. Too, he's not here to prove he's right. He's here to be told who he is in a tone he can afford. Private conversation. He tries, the phrase fitted like a counterfeit coin into a slot that's been fashioned by 1,000 men with the same vocabulary. You're early, you say gently. Private conversations and afternoon practice. Mornings are for coffee and deciding what kind of gentleman you are. He blinks. It lands. He drinks the coffee he didn't know he'd ordered and sits with the sudden, grateful relief of a boy who's been told recess lasts longer. Hands. May whispers as she passes you a plate of bread you didn't ask for. It's how she says, don't forget yourself. You look. The nails are too clean and the skin is too soft for the work he claims. He notices you noticing and looks at his hands, too. as if they belong to someone he's tutoring. He shrugs, a little ashamed, a little in love with the shame. I staked it, he admits, grinning. Hired men did the scrape. Hiring men is a skill you offer, saving him. So is paying them before they notice you're late. He laughs and tips again because gratitude is his currency. You take the coin and put it where it will do the most good: saucer, ledger, kitchen fuel. Here's what they don't show you in the painted posters. The work of saying no in 100 different dialects. The art of redirecting a want into a drink, a speech into a song, a hand into a pocket where it can fumble for a coin instead of your wrist. The men who need mothering, and the men who need mirroring, and the men who need to tell a story that explains why they are here. Buying the illusion of a yes. A young one moustache, too small for his mouth, wants to tell you about a nugget the size of a parson's fist. You make the face that says you understand parsons and fists and fortunes. You let him show you an empty palm where the nugget isn't. You turn it into his heart with a look that makes him feel like both are equally valuable for the next 13 minutes. He buys 2 rounds for the room and spends the rest of the afternoon learning what generosity tastes like on a weekday. Hands, May says again, the word like a church bell you don't have to believe in to use. You read them. Cracked good. Soft watch your purse. Clean nails paid. Bitten cuticles danger at drink 4. A black crescent under the ring, finger married, lying. A pale ring around the ring finger, widower, truth. A new burn across the thumb and pointer smith, short fuse. A tiny scar shaped like a buckle on the inside of a wrist, somebody else's house. Other rules, be gentler. A shape ghosts the frosted glass, and every muscle you own learns a teenager's lesson: tighten, wait, don't flinch. Red beard, but the door doesn't open. He lingers, measuring whether he wants to be refused again in public. The glass shows his shadow's indecision. The shadow loses. He turns away. You exhale so quietly 20 years of women could fit inside the sound. At 1 o'clock, Whit lifts his hands and nods to no one, and the room remembers its manners long enough to clap. He smiles, crooked, and steps down to drink water that tastes like pennies in winter. You want anything? He asks you out of the side of his mouth, compassion disguised as casual. A good afternoon, you say, which he can't pour from a bottle. He raps his knuckles on the piano lid anyway, a little ritual knocking to wake luck. Miss Delia appears at your elbow with a plate that looks like kindness shaped by hands. Eat, she says, before your blood learns arithmetic. The stew is hot and honest, and you balance the bowl on a hip while talking a hat salesman into buying a whole bottle now instead of 2 glasses later. Math, always, in everything. His money, your energy, the house's patience with storms that haven't reached town yet. After the food, the day thickens the way gravy does if you stop stirring. The room gets louder. The laughter gets cheaper. The ask in the air becomes less coy and more certain. This is when you start trimming the edges off men's stories with a sharper knife. This is when the private conversation question returns with more confidence and less poetry. Tom's eyes go flint when a rancher big belt buckle, little self-control, looks at Birdie, too long and too low. Eyes higher, Tom says, voice mild as butter, blade under it. The rancher blinks, embarrassed and then relieved. Men like being corrected by someone who could flatten them and chooses not to. Birdie mouths thank you, and Tom shrugs like he's just a man polishing glasses. The rag shines, a circle that's already a mirror. Check, May says code for payment, the only test that counts. And don't get clever with time. You count minutes because minutes are money, and money is the only lifeboat that isn't a rumor. Upstairs, the hallway smells like the laundry yard on a windy day. The hip bath water, used and used again, will be tossed soon. A fresh pot is easing toward readiness. The door latches are little iron sentences. You've learned how to lock without anyone noticing you did it. You've learned how to unlock without sounding like you changed your mind. Before any upstairs, there is the ritual Miss Delia never lets anyone skip. Hands. He shows them, palms up, a gesture that makes liars nervous. You look for sores you hope you won't find. You look for tremors. You look for the telltale rough of a man who won't treat silk like silk. If you don't like what you read, you send him back to the bar on an errand, another drink, a word to Tom. Anything that gets you out of a decision you don't owe. You remind him of the house rule with a softness that still counts as law. Payment first, sweetheart. Wit's not the only one who plays for his supper. And here's the thing. Most folks never learn because they don't want to. The hardest work isn't the part of the job that stories pretend is scandal. The hardest work is pretending to want what men need to believe you want. And doing it with a lightness that lets them go back to the world, convinced the world still likes them. It is management. It is ministry. It is the steady economy of empathy that only rich churches and poor women understand in their bones. When the clerk comes back store coat straight, courage buttoned higher, he stands a little taller, as if choosing has made him a co-author. You lead him up the stairs he will later claim not to remember climbing. Halfway, you stop to let your breath meet itself. He thinks you're giving him a moment to change his mind. You are giving yourself a moment to choose your face. Up close, he smells like paper and anxious. He says your name the way some men say please. You do the quick inventory that decides whether this will be an easy 15 minutes or the sort you file understories not for sharing. He looks at the mirror and then at you and then not at himself at all. Fine, you can work with that. He pays. The coins find the saucer finds Tom, Tom's pencil finds the book. Somewhere a number turns into wood, into soap, into pepper, into the luxury of saying no the next time your instincts throw their weight around. You tuck your knife handle toward your knee, not because you expect to need it, because not expecting to is how women end up in the ground without names. When you come back down, the room is in that take-off phase when evening starts clearing its throat. Wit has traded waltzes for faster tunes. The piano now earns its keep with something a St. Louis riverboat might understand. The men cheer noise because noise is the mask they like best. Birdie has a red ribbon in her hair that wasn't there an hour ago. It makes her look like trouble you'd write home about if letters could blush. Good. May asks. It's not prying. It's triage. Good enough, you say, because good is a matter of comparison and scales are tricky. Wash, she says, and hands you the cloth and the little bottle. Carbolic, the house cure-all and house confession. It burns where skin thinks it should be, left alone. It is better than most of what doctors bottle, and worse than what the future will invent. You use it anyway, because today is here and tomorrow is gossip. Miss Delia glides by with a tray of glasses, like a woman who married a balancing act. We'll get the union men after the shift ends, she says. Remember, any talk about the new marshal is entertainment until he proves he can. Count to 10 without moving his lips. Tom snorts. He'll learn arithmetic when the bank reminds him he owes it money. Until then, she says, smiles on knives quiet, and if the church bell rings while a man is upstairs, you tell him God's patient and the house is not. In the doorway, a shape hangs back half in, half out, the posture of a man who wants to be seen, wanting to be decent. He tips his hat to no one in particular. He smells like cattle and choices. Jenny sachets his way, swinging the ribbon like a metronome. Company, she purrs, a question mark you could lay your head on. Afternoon leans toward its later self. The light goes from gold to something whiskey-colored, sticky on the windows. Outside, you can hear a wagon wheel complain to a nail, a dog bark at a sin it never committed, a woman negotiate the price of carrots like she's buying the future. Inside, you adjust the angle of your smile and decide your shoulders are not a public utility. Fix your face, Miss Delia says, lightly as she passes, which makes you want to laugh, because that is the job, fixing your face to fit the men, the hour, the level of threat in the room. But you do it, dab, breathe, look. You erase the last man's story from your mouth. You write a new one on your cheekbones. Tom knocks twice on the barra signal, a superstition, a grace. Wit answers with 2 single notes, a fifth apart, the kind of interval that tells the room something is about to happen without it knowing what. You realize you're standing straighter because the room is. You recognize the way the house holds itself, a living thing, a choir, a stage, a sanctuary that knows the difference between salvation and delay. You catch your reflection in the brass of the cash drawer. You look like a version of yourself you would not have believed in a year, a goater, edged, kinder in ways that cost. You press your lips together once to make them remember their shape. The bell rings. The door swings. Evening sticks its foot in, grins, and lets itself in without waiting for permission. Afternoon, gentlemen, you call, because the performance runs. Opening the doors is a ceremony, yes, but the sacrament is what happens next, the 1,000 tiny decisions to keep yourself whole while selling fragments of a dream. You straighten your dress where it wants to remember another life, square your shoulders where they want to be forgiven, and cross the room to the man who has just decided he needs a song to make his hands stop shaking. Asterisk. The knock comes on the back door, 3 brisk raps. The kind a man uses when he means to be expected and discreet at once. Wit. Keep M in waltzes, Miss Delia says, already sliding past Tom and the rye bottle. Already softening her face the way she does for bankers and widows. To the room, nothing happens. The music never hiccups. The sawdust keeps drinking. Birdie laughs like trouble is on a leash. But in the hallway, everything tightens, the smell of boiled linens, the glint of lamp oil, a bowl of clean water that is as valuable as a sermon that tells the truth. She opens the back door, and Winter puts her hand in the room, but does not step across the threshold. Dr. Isaiah Simmons stands there, with his battered leather bag and a hat that has seen weather from 3 territories. He tips it, not like a gentleman in a parlor, but like a soldier in the field, acknowledging another officer. Afternoon, Miss Stackhouse, he says, and his voice is a good instrument, no flourishes, tuned to calm. Shall we be about it? You're punctual, she answers, and we're grateful. This way, she never says please to a man who's being paid. We have a room for this, the card room by night, the clinic by week. A narrow box with a shuttered window and a table that has been so many things we've forgotten what it was first. Tom has laid a clean cloth. Clara's boiled the instruments until the metal looks embarrassed to be useful. There's a chipped porcelain basin with steam still thinking about its options. And 2 small bottles labelled in Miss Delia's tidy hand, carbolic, laudanum. He sets his bag down with a careful thump. Brass catches lamplight, the latch clicks, and his trade spills out stethoscope, looped like a question mark, glass syringe in a velvet sleeve, a tin of phenol crystals, rolls of clean bandage, a folded length of India rubber, and paper packets with names written in a cramped hand, calomel, Dover's, quinine, ergot. He carries a notebook as wealth a thin, unassuming book that frightens us more than any needle because some doctors make that book speak to the marshal. This one never has, not once. He writes what needs writing and keeps what needs keeping. Who's first? He asks. Mary, Miss Delia says, not looking at anyone else to see if there is argument in the air. Then Jenny, then the new girl, then the rest by order you already know. Mary steps in, chin lifted like a woman who will not kneel to fear. She has colour in her cheeks that isn't carmine. Her hands are steady, but her eyes flick once to the laudanum bottle and then away in a practiced loop. The doctor nods to the chair and the curtain whispers as it's pulled, giving privacy the respect of a thin sheet. No one in this room gets nakedness for free. Even health pays. We wait in the hallway in that short, strange silence that visits at births and on gallows. There's wit on the other side of the wall fingertips, painting the piano into a patient heartbeat. There's Tom, pouring and laughing and reading men like telegrams. There's a man upstairs learning not to say sorry in ways that will cost us time. But here, inside these 2 doors, the work is simpler and heavier. Lungs, eyes, throat, skin, pulse. Life, or something like an argument against death. You listen because you can't not. The doctor's voice is low. Any ulcers? He asks, clinical, not cruel. Fevers, headaches, pains in the bones. How's your monthly? Medical questions land like pennies in a cup. Each sound means something, adds up to a choice. Work or rest, tincture or bandage. Now or later, sometimes there's the sound we dread. The small sucked-in breath when he sees a chancre. The not quite sigh when a cough sounds like gravel and blood instead of dust. Sometimes there's the soft laugh we love. Strong as a mule, he'll say, eat more stew. Mary comes out with her shoulders square. She passes us in a draught of laudanum and dignity, eyes fixed on a 0.6 inches to the left of the future. She doesn't say anything because saying would name it, and names are binding. Next, Dr. Simmons says, Jenny slips in. She's all hairpins and bravado, and the kind of ribcage you worry for when a corset gets ambitious. She peels to the necessary. You hear the murmurs and the cough that isn't scary, and the scratch of graphite on cheap paper. The glass syringe makes its little music when it kisses the bottleneck. A shot then. Probably phenol wash and a small dose of whatever he trusts more than mercury in a house that can't afford funerals. When it's your turn, you sit like you rehearsed being brave. He washes his hands, proper fingertips, knuckles, the wrists nobody remembers. You are grateful for things you didn't know enough to want at 15. He looks at you the way a man looks at a horse he has to ride 2 days over bad ground, practical. Careful, noticing hawks and eyes, making a plan. Any complaints? He asks, And you love him a little for making that word soft. Complaints, not sins, not consequences. Tired, you say. Sore sometimes. Nothing that won't meet me at night again tomorrow. Breath. He prompts, and you inhale like a student willing to be graded. He lays the stethoscope against your back. Cold on skin that would rather be warm for any hands, and hates that it still knows the difference. Again, he says, and you do, feeling the lumber in your chest move under plank and nail. Good, he says, and the word makes your heart do something foolish, like love a town. He checks your throat with a small wooden depressor and a light that could be a trick if you didn't feel it doing something hopeful. He looks at your palms and the insides of your wrists and the corners of your mouth the way Miss Delia looks at the ledger, seeking what will hurt later if it's ignored now. Any mishaps? He asks delicately, eyes flicking to your belly without malice. No, you say, and it is true today. He nods. If it weren't true, there would be other questions and other bottles. Pennyroyal talked around like a recipe, ergot spoken softly like a threat. This house is full of decisions men don't have names for. He gives you the speech he gives everyone, like pepper on eggs. Boil your rags, he says. Wash after, he says, as if we wouldn't. Drink water before whiskey. If a man looks sick, he is. If a man looks angry, he is. I can fix many things. I can't fix dead. You nod. You've learned more medicine here than any Sunday school could have warned you about. You do not mistake superstition for salvation anymore. You trust vinegar over prayers, carbolic over rumors, this man's hands over gossip. If there's a saint in Virginia City, he brings his own soap. He moves through us like a weather system measured, a man who has seen more varieties of human trouble than a preacher and charged less for the cure. He listens to Birdie's chest and then boops her nose like she's made of mischief and glass. She giggles and promises to eat, and you believe she will, at least today. He tells May to rest her nishi won't, tells Clara her lungs are good enough to carry a town. He ties off a little cut on Tom's forearm from a bottle that slipped during a rush. He does not ask how Tom got the bruise on his ribs. He knows the shape of furniture that fights back. Asterisk out in the kitchen, the stew keeps its own counsel. Out front, a rumor of a new ordinance drifts in on a man's breath. The town council talking about compulsory examinations for women of ill repute, a registry, a fee with holy handwriting. In the card room, Dr. Simmons repacks his instruments with the care of a man who knows fortune lives in two places, between ribs and between ears. How much do we owe? Miss Delia asks, already opening the little drawer that holds cash and kindness pennies. He names a number that is fair. Fair is expensive in this business. We pay anyway. She adds $2 on top. For the night, she says. He doesn't argue. He tucks the money away like guilt he didn't earn and folds his hat brim down a thought. He hesitates, rare for him. The ordinance, he says, and the word carries cold. They'll try to pass it. If they do, they'll want names. And the young minister's wife will want public virtue more than private health. Prepare your answers. We'll prepare the marshal's favorite rye. Tom mutters. He's allergic to shame, Birdie chirps. We all laugh because the alternative is remembering how lists get used when men discover they love order more than people. If they pass it, Miss Delia says, ledger brain ticking, we pay the fee. We were paying it anyway with a different label. If they want names, they get false ones. If they want weekly checks, they can have them here on Thursday afternoons at a rate that suits us. Doc, you'll write healthy, so often you'll wear a groove in the word. He half smiles. I'll write what's true. You'll write what keeps my girls out of the jail cell that doubles as a sermon, she counters, which is true enough for this town. They stand like that two stubborn people, recognizing their own reflection and then let it go. Because there is stew and music and a knock at the front that sounds like money before you go, May says. And the tough in her voice loses to layers. She gestures to Mary, who's been quiet in the corner, shoulders holding up a world. Tell her, straight. He looks at Mary, and the air trims itself into something lean. You need a rest, he says. No thunder, just weather. 2 weeks. Not a suggestion. Your body's drawn a line, and you don't want to find out what's on the other side. You'll take this. He writes a dose on a square of paper and tucks it into her palm. Human as a blessing, and you'll let me see you Tuesday. You'll eat what they feed you. You'll skip whiskey like it owes you money. You'll be back at it by Christmas if you treat yourself like something you plan to keep. Mary swallows and nods. She is calculating in the space behind her eyes the rent, the dresses, the bottle she sometimes wants more than stew. The simple arithmetic of a woman's life. 2 weeks off means X dollars, not earned means Y. Plans shoved to spring. Miss Delia sees the math and interrupts it. Half pay while you mend, she says, writing it into the book in ink nobody can erase. No arguing. It's an investment, not alms. Mary's mouth trembles in a way she hates. Thank you, she says, and she means it in 7 languages money. Dignity, tomorrow, sleep, soup, not dying, being seen. Get out of my room, Miss Delia says softly, as close to love as she permits herself in daylight. All of you, come back if you cough blood. Otherwise, go pretend we've made this place civilized. We spill from the clinic and the house swallows the medical hour as if it were a wet coin. Wit's tune in the front room spins sweeter, makes men look at their boots and remember they have mothers. Tom's ragnose, another circle of bar to polish. Birdie kisses the top of Mary's head and gets away with it because Mary lets her. You go to the backyard where the tubs sit like tired moons and pour the used bathwater down the grit. Steam ghosts your face. The winter air chews it as if trying to remember what warm is. You watch dirt turn to mud and mud to a kind of paste that will be dust again tomorrow. The cycle is not poetry. It's just true. Doc Clara comes out with a bundle of linens and her sleeves rolled to her elbows. She moves like someone who has made peace with repetitive work, like work is a country you can live in if you learn the grammar. You ever notice, she says, dropping the sheets into the tub, how the only man in this town who gets to see us without our face on is the one who brings his own soap? You forgot Tom, you say, smiling. Tom sees our faces, she concedes. He doesn't see our secrets. The doctor sees the part of us that isn't for sale. Which part is that? You ask, honest as a child. She smiles without pity. The part we plan to keep. Back inside. Miss Delia posts quietly. Under the stairs a list that isn't a list. Tuesday, Thursday, Simmons, 3 o'clock. It's for us, not the town. A map to a little patch of safety, bordered on 3 sides, by cash, by supper time. The evening crowd stirs up against the windows, like fish against glass. You can feel where the house has been braided to face what comes. Clean cloths stacked, vinegar cut and ready, a tin of rice powder replenished. the knife on your leg reminding you you're not helpless, just hired. The new marshal does walk by, twice. He looks fresh from a town that has more rules than weaves. He pauses to read the world in our window, the piano, a girl's silhouette, the place where gold men turn into customers. He squares his shoulders like a man about to arrest a feeling. Then he looks across the street where the bank sits like a calm sermon and the church is 2 blocks up with a roof we helped pay for. And he keeps going. Not today. Tom waits his lips. You want I should send the welcome basket anyway. Send it, Miss Delia says. And a note for your office. From a citizen who prefers public order to public theatre. She smiles to herself. A wolf's little private prayer. Spells citizen with a capital C. We go back to work not because the city loves us, but because we've bent it far enough in our direction to get through one more night. A rancher asks for Birdie with a tenderness that puts awe in his big hands. Wit plays a river tune, and 3 men who haven't seen water in a week feel it anyway. Mary eats slowly in the corner like someone who intends to be alive in January. May counts the coins in the saucer and does subtraction under her breath. Then tucks her knife-hilter hair closer to Easy. You find yourself smiling at a joke the clerk tells about a hat that met a windstorm, and you realize you are still here. Warm in your extremities, oxygen where it belongs. The doctor's touch is a memory on your back, cool and necessary. A small proof that someone in this town handles you for. Reasons that do not start with desire, and that is no small thing. Later, when the night rolls up its sleeves and men begin to mistake your kindness for consent, you will remember the paper square in Mary's palm and the steady way Dr. Simmons said rest. You will remember that Delia wrote half pay in ink. You will tell a man you're out of time and not apologize for selling your hour to yourself, because the knock at the back door is a promise the house makes to its women as long as we can. As long as we breathe, there will be someone here who sees you as a body that deserves to last. Not a fable, not a sin. A machine of meat and lightning that has to be mended if the town is to keep singing. When the doctor knocks, the house says yes. And in this place, that is how civilization begins. Asterisk, by sundown, the town has run out of daylight lies and come looking for softer ones. That's when the house shifts from manners to management. Day had suggestion. Night requires rules. Miss Delia doesn't post them on a wall. You learn them in your bones, slipped between chores and jokes, repeated like a hymn until you can hum it even while you're laughing. Tom calls them the House Bible. May calls them not dying either way. They're how we get to breakfast. Rule 1. Choose your exits before you choose your smile. You count them when you come downstairs. Front door latch sticks in damp. Back hall 2 turns. 1 catch. Alley window behind the piano wit can kick it open. He's practiced, and the kitchen yard gate warped, lifts on the left. You learn the floorboards that complain and the ones that don't. You measure your dress hem against your stride. Every woman knows the distance from any table to any door in steps she can take in a corset. You also learn the nearest man you trust to stand up when you say his name. Rule 2. Eyes first, hands later. The room teaches you who will come upstairs with his hat in his hand and who will try to grab your wrist to see what he can get free. Men are obvious if you watch the space between the joke and the laugh. Tom clocks the dangerous ones by drink 4. May clocks them by breath 2. You train your eyes to do the arithmetic in the time it takes to dip your head. Rule 3. Pay first, always. The saucer on the bar is a bell without a clapper. Coins land in it. Sound travels. Tom's pencil moves. Miss Delia's ledger breathes. You don't break the rhythm. A man who wants a free minute isn't buying a kind one. Rule 4. Speak in signals. Words are loud. Signals don't start fights. We've got a family of them. 2 taps of the bar, Tom looks up. 1 palm flat on your skirt, get me an exit. A hand fussing at the back of the neck, this one stinks of trouble, cut him off. If you move your glass to your left, wit plays louder. If you angle it toward the room, he drags a song to give you time. Birdie ties her ribbon twice, if a man has a weapon. Jenny straightens a picture frame when she wants May behind her. We can reroute an entire night with gestures, no fool notices. Rule 5. 1 drink behind them, never 1 ahead. We sip water in whiskey's glass. We nurse brandy like it's a stubborn child. Tom keeps our cups on a private shelf with chalk marks underneath. 2 nicks for water, 1 for tea, none for rock gut. A woman drunk at work is a ship with no rudder, and ships do not get mercy in this town. Rule 6. Count time where he won't. Upstairs we use minutes like thread. A tin clock ticks on the washstand. If you touch the lace on the lamp, it means 5 left. If you set your comb by the pitcher, it means time's done. Miss Delia's house runs on quarters of an hour. Your voice learns to lean toward the door when the clock does. Men think heaven doesn't have clocks. The ledger says otherwise. Rule 7. Keep your knife where you can, forget it until you don't. Handle toward the knee. Straight draw. No speeches. We practice with carrots in the kitchen. Slice, step out. You hope not to need it. Hope isn't a plan. Rule 8. Know the law's mood and the law's price. A marshal on a holy tear is different from a deputy collecting his cut. Tom keeps a tally of who's been embarrassed in public. Those are the ones who raid. Miss Delia can turn a raid into a tour if she gets 5 minutes head start. That's what the basket of rye is for. That's what the names in her little black book are for: the councilman who votes budgets, the banker whose son buys poems here, the foreman who doesn't want paydays interrupted. The law likes theatre. We prefer accounts. Rule 9. Protect the girls before the house. Delia will lose a night before she lose a girl, even if she acts like she's counting the other way. May once walked a drunk outside by the ear like he was a schoolboy, and the room cheered. Tom's club has a polite name, the Persuader, and an impolite purpose. Wit can make noise that calls men from 3 doors down if you shout waltz. The wrong way. If one of us goes upstairs and doesn't come down on time, Jenny will forget a shawl and fetch it. If the door doesn't open to her knock, Tom doesn't knock. Rule 10. Never let a man turn you into the worst version of yourself. That one May says with a look that makes you nod before you understand. You will later. The first real test of night comes with the second bottle. That's when stories get larger and patience gets shorter. A rancher and a miner are measuring masculinity by noise in the corner. Jenny has them both smiling at her ribbon instead of each other's faces. You know that trick give a man a thing to admire that isn't a fight, and he'll pay for the favor. Redbeard stands in the doorway for the 3rd time this week, performing indecision for anyone who will watch. Tonight he pushes inside, jaw set like he practiced menace in a mirror. Tom doesn't move, but he doesn't paw either. Stillness is a kind of no. Evening, Redbeard says to the room, but he means you. predators look at the smallest deer first. They always forget about antlers. Evening, May answers from the bar, voice easy. Hands, he puts them down, palms out. Internally you check the list. Fresh blood, no. Old sores, no. Tremor, yes. Whiskey hunger. His nails are clean, which means he wants to stay. He slides to coins forward honest measure. Welcome, then, Tom says, setting a glass that has more water than anyone needs to know about. House rules tonight. Songs are loud, tempers are not. You break the second, you miss the first. Redbeard grins like he wants to show his molars. Need private company, he says, and looks of course at Birdie. Birdie flicks a glance to the mirror, a signal practiced until it looks like vanity. May shakes her head the distance of a pin. Booked, Birdie says, sweet as pie. She's booked and I'm pricey. Pricey I can do, he says. Pricey can do you better downstairs, Tom says lightly, where the piano plays and the law doesn't hear you try to sing. You position yourself where you can see his hands in the alley, and you angle your glass so wit pulls the song up a notch. Men behave better when a room's attention is a beat too loud for their worst motives. Redbeard drinks, glares, and then chooses to laugh. He will be someone else's trouble on a different night. Tonight, he pays and goes, and the bell's jangle sounds like a dog's chain going slack. There are smaller tests too. The clerk from earlier returns with the bravery to act like a regular. He asks for you by name and pays without being told. Easy. A teamster with shoulders like a barn wants to talk about his mama, which means he needs 15 minutes to be the soft boy he isn't. Allowed to be where he sleeps. Manageable, too. Boys who just got paid. Swagger like coins are a personality. You keep them near the piano where wit's tempo can drag them away from bravado and into a sing-along. We rotate downstairs light. Upstairs work, kitchen wash, back again like a well-kept clock. Between rooms you do the small things that add up to salvation. A sip of water, a bite of bread, a check of the latch. A wink to Mary at her corner table where she's resting under orders and pretending she's not counting tips lost to prudence. Miss Delia places a plate by her elbow without comment and moves on. That's care, here quiet, practical, not collectible as debt. The marshal finally shows after 9, had 2 new eyes to certain. He stands where a man stands when he wants being seen to do work for him. Tom is already passing him a tray with a bottle and 2 glasses. The note tied to its neck reads the line Delia wrote about public order and private theatre. The marshal reads it, hides a smile, and pours for himself the way men do to prove the bottle isn't poisoned. He drinks, he doesn't raid. He lets himself be thanked for nothing happening. Music's fine, he tells Wit, like blessing a river for running downhill. Keep it, respectable. We do respectable by the hour, Wit answers, and the room snorts. The marshal pretends not to hear, then pretends he did, then remembers he has other streets to patrol and leaves with the bottle under his coat. Rye travels faster than warrants around here. Upstairs, you learn a different set of rules that don't get spoken but must be obeyed. You go up with the teamster. He pays clean, eyes open, no bargaining that smells like entitlement. Inside the room, you put your back to the hinge as you close the door. That's an old rule set from women who taught you without meeting you. Never let a door close behind your spine. Make it close under your palm. He's big, but big isn't the same as cruel. He wants to talk in the way men do when they don't have the words for their loneliness. You give him conversation that sounds like interest and smells like boundaries. When he reaches, you put your hand over his as if guiding, and redirect the trajectory gently but unmistakably. Your voice stays even. He follows tone better than words. Time passes in the measured way of paid time. You touch the lace, the lamp remembers. 5 minutes adjust themselves into the future. When you unlock the door, you do it the way you practice twist, slide, angle without looking like you're fleeing. He straightens his vest like a man who remembers he is won. "Thank you," he says, with a sincerity that isn't bought, just rented. It's enough. The knife on your thigh presses a little reminder into your skin as you step into the hall. "Not this time," it says. Good. Back downstairs, the room has tipped from glitter to heavy. This is the danger hour past easy jokes, before last call. This is when a man decides the world owes him what he didn't earn. You can feel it ride in a draft from the door, something colder than the night. Tom feels it too. His hand finds the persuader's handle without looking. May's hand finds the hem of her dress, the code for be near. It's the today rich prospector, the new hat from early Arnell, sloppy with charity. He wants to buy the room a bottle, and the room wants to let him. Delia steps between generosity and chaos like a traffic officer with silk gloves. 2 rounds, she says, voice that refuses a third while making it sound like a present. Put your pride in this glass in your pockets in your coat. He laughs and obeys because authority, delivered with a compliment, spends like gold here. Some men need a mother. Some need a sergeant. Delia can be both between heartbeats. Birdie walks by a table and a hand lifts faster than a permission. She freezes, then smiles, then puts 2 fingers lightly on the man's knuckles. Not a swat. Not a show. Just contact that says, "I felt that." Leave it on the table. He blushes. She moves. If he'd tried again, Tom would have bumped the corner of the table by accident and sloshed whiskey into his lap. We can domesticate a town 1 etiquette lesson at a time. The night lengthens and compresses the way all hard work does. Stories start repeating. Jokes explain themselves. The piano clicks over into tunes that require less wrist and more endurance. Wit flexes his fingers every few songs. He's learned to protect them like they earn him heat in winter. They do. We take turns in the kitchen with the carbolic and the cloths. The lash sting is reassuring, a little pain that saves bigger ones later. In the corner, the laundress has left a basket of rag strips drying for tomorrow. We'll boil them again because clean is a moving target and we chase it because we must. "Water," May says, and sets a cup by your hand without looking like she's doing you a favor. She knows the moment you'll forget to drink. She drinks when you do. You don't thank her. You swallow at 11:30, a boy barely making it as a man tries to pay with a silver-painted coin. Tom flicks it into the air and catches it without letting disappointment prick the boy's dignity. "Save your theatre money for the theatre," he says. "Here we deal in things that tarnish honestly." "Had to try," the boy says. And he did, because trying is cheaper than admitting what he wants. Tom pours him coffee he doesn't charge for and gives him the kind of stare a man remembers when he's got work the next morning. The boy leaves without a story of conquest to tell and will live to drink coffee somewhere nicer than here if the town is kind. We don't bet on kindness. We practice it on layaway.midnight. The room is a beast that finally crawls down to sleep in stages. The last miner turns his hat in his hands until it remembers being a hat instead of an alibi. Jenny sings a verse, of something soft, not on key, but on a stand, men who would fight for their wages, stand and walk home instead. Delia counts behind the bar with all the subtlety of a bank vault. Tom kicks sawdust where glass broke. Wit rubs the piano like a friend who took a punch for him. There's always one more. There's a story that tries to squeeze in under the door before we lock it. Tonight it's a drifter with charm he can't afford, all grin and no cash. He says he'll pay tomorrow, that his brother is the sheriff 2 towns over, that he'd hate to see us inconvenienced. He says it like a man who's found that tone works often, enough to try again. Miss Delia listens with the forbearance of a saint and the memory of a ledger. Tomorrow's lovely, she says. So are dreams. Tonight is cash. He reaches like he might make his point with touch. That's when the rules move from polite to final. May's hand finds his wrist in a grip that says her father taught her things before he left. Tom's posada wraps the bar one's wood to wood. The sound is calm. The look is not. The drifter collects his smile and his life and goes. Lock, Delia says. The bell gets the night's last word. After, the rules don't stop. We walk the rooms. Windows latch. Lamps snuff. Knives unbuckle and go into their little nests like pets finally allowed on the bed. Coins count into stacks the tin with the false bottom for savings. The smaller purse for tomorrow's incidentals. $2 set aside to make Mary's half-pay whole when pride wants to talk. You tuck your stash under the loose board May showed you. You straighten it the way you pat a child's hair. Birdie slides into a chair and puts her head on the table, ribbon slowly untwirling itself like it's learned better. Feet, she says to nobody, prayer and complaint. Clara fetches the salve we all pretend doesn't make us sigh. She rubs Birdie's arches like a sister would. And for a minute you remember houses where women did this. For each other without charging a soul. Tom brings a kettle and pours water over the bar cloth like a benediction. The rag steams. The room smells like work done well. Wit stretches his hands and sets them flat on the keys one more time. Soft chords. Not for money, for sleep. Notes, Delia says last rule of the night. We report quick. Redbeard came and went. Marshall smiled and stole rye. The prospector overtipped and under. The boy with paint coins will be back with real ones, or will be ashamed enough to learn. May says a name and we all nod. Watch him if he returns with a different story. Jenny says a second name, good for quiet hours, married, sad. We build a map for tomorrow out of tonight's rivers and stones. You wash your face with what hot water remains. The mirror holds a woman who earned the right to be tired. You unlace with Carib sighing, organs returning to their land like refugees to gardens. The knife leaves your thigh, a faint red kiss in its wake. You set it on the crate that is your table. It looks smaller in peace. The quiet after closing is the truest thing you'll hear all week. No piano, no bell. No men explaining themselves to their own reflection in the bar mirror. Just women exhaling and counting and choosing to wake up again when the house rings the morning into shape. You lie down on a mattress that has learned your edges. From downstairs, you hear the rasp of Delia turning the ledger's page. From the alley, a cat announces it has opinions. From the street, a late horse passes with a patient rhythm you want to borrow. Night rules did their job. Everyone whose name was called at breakfast is here to sleep. Everyone who needed a doctor got one. Everyone who deserves to be thrown out was. Tomorrow the rules will be the same and the stories will pretend to be new. You will put on your knife and your smile and count your exits. You will drink water in a whiskey glass and let men think you're having what they're having. You will choose your face and keep your life. That is the work. That is the gospel of E Street after dark. And if, in the middle of the night, you wake with the old fear pressed like a hand against your mouth, you will reach for the rule that isn't written but keeps the rest of them alive. We look after each other. May Will sit up if you sit up. Birdie will steal your blanket if you don't. Clara will hand you a cup of water without turning on the lamp. Tom will be awake already, listening to the building breathe. Delia will be at the table with the ledger, making sure the numbers tell a story you can live with. That's how morning finds us accounted for, armed with routine, and ready to pretend again until the pretending turns into rent and rye and roof beams. The town will never admit we bought, asterisk. Accounting doesn't have a smell in the East, in Virginia City. It smells like coal, soot, rye, and ironed paper, like fingers blackened by coins that have traveled more miles than most men will, like the faint sour of carbolic drifting in from the back room because even numbers can catch sickness if you don't. Keep your house clean. Chairs, Miss Delia says, tapping the ledger's spine with a fingernail that could slice bread. It's the first Monday after payday weekend, the night she opens the book and we open our palms. She sets the ledger on the end of the bar, not because the bar is pretty, but because it's honest wood scarred by 1,000 stories, sturdy enough to hold this one. How we live, or done, turns the lamps up. Not bright, never bright enough for columns to make sense. Wit closes the piano lid and sits on it like a useful cat, rubbing his fingers. Jenny drags a chair with a flourish and Birdie flops into hers with a sigh that belongs on a stagecoach seat at the end of a mountain pass. May sits last, as always, where she can see the front door and the alley both. Clara brings the tin cups and pours water like it's part of the ritual it is. Mary takes the chair nearest the stove by decree. Her 2 weeks rest and accounting line no one argues with, even if we all hear the whisper of coins not earned. Out of the drawer, Delia lifts the little cloth sack that looks smaller than the weight it carries, and the long, flat cash box with its velvet-lined ribs. The sack is where silver dollars sleep. The box is where greenbacks try to behave. Coins go on the bar in neat, bossy stacks, $2 piles, $5 piles, lines of nickels like school children learning manners. Open, she says, and the room does. Lids, fingers, purses, the little tins we hide like secrets. I pull out my tin with the false bottomer, cheap candy box whose lid clicks when you've done it right. It holds small change on top to make thieves think they've got it all if they ever get that far. Beneath the false floor lives the weight of a month's caution. I set the top money aside for incidental soap thread. A ribbon if I'm feeling like I could stand to look at myself and keep my hand on the tin the way other women keep hands on. Children in crowds. House first, Delia says. Nobody flinches. The house cut is not a villain here. It's the reason supper's hot and windows close and a doctor knocks. We pay it like we'd pay a preacher if he had better advice. She reads from the ledger. Columns neat as church pews. Income, she begins, and the bar listens. Room rentals for the upstairs spaces men borrow and women labor in. Bar receipts, piano gratuities, private conversations, civic contributions, a phrase that makes Tom smother a grin. That's the jar labeled ROOF, or school, or anonymous. Outgo. Water 20 gallons a day times 7, and a little extra for when the boy pretends wet roof snow is clean river. Wood and coal the stove eats like a prize fighter. Soap and lye we buy so much, the drummer tips his hat when he passes our door. Laundry Delia pays the laundress in cash and gossip. Food, salt, pork, beans. Onions that try to be sweet in a town that isn't. Music wits, wage. A bargain if you price how men behave when he plays. Dr. Simmons's steady hand. The words half pay while you mend written where debt would be in another house. Law, the line is labeled licenses, and we all respect the spelling. Hush and rye, another line, disguised as provisions for welcome baskets that make marshals practical. Repairs, door latch, roof patch, the hip bather's stubborn leg. Sundries a category large enough to hold everything we can't stand to stare at too long. 60-40. As agreed, she says, looking up over the rim of her spectacles. The split isn't charity. It's a contract with air. House keeps 40. We keep 60. Out of hours come board, laundry, and things we own because men like their illusions, the paint, the powder, the dresses that can survive being handled by the clumsy and the cruel. In other houses, the math tilts meaner. Here, it tilts enough in our favor that loyalty feels like sense, not servitude. She starts with Jenny. Because Jenny spent the week making 2 cattle buyers feel like kings, and one felt like a duke after. Coins slide across with like a song in 3/4 time. Board and laundry, Delia says, setting aside the house's share. Dress fund, she adds, passing back to dollars in a separate envelope, Delia's invention to keep us from showing up ragged and to keep men from paying for the same dress twice. Net, she says, and the figure sits there between Jenny and her future, real, round, possible. Jenny counts fast, accurate. Shameless Sand tucks a long bill into her boot with the speed of a magician. Singer sewing machine, she announces to nobody and everybody, $20 away. The room murmurs approval. A sewing machine in. My turn comes, and my stomach rolls like it's remembering horseback wrong. Delia counts out my week lean, measured the arithmetic of a woman who has learned to turn paper into heat. She sets aside the house's share and pushes the remainder toward me along with board and laundry slips that don't scold. I add in the tips I held back for luck. Luck likes to be surprised. The stack grows to a number that feels both big and small, like a birthday you're not ready for. What's your false bottom at? Jenny asks, nosy with kindness. I tip the tin, listening to its music. Enough that I can breathe shallow without passing out, I say, which makes them laugh. May nods like the answer passes inspection. Birdie reaches for the tin and then thinks better. We don't touch another woman's future without an invitation. Wit gets his wage next to fair one. Steady, the kind of regular money that keeps an artist from selling fingers to cold. Delia adds a little envelope labeled Union Hall. He played there Thursday for the miners, soot black and open-mouthed, and the hall sent their thanks in the least poetic way, cash. He bows like a young gentleman, complete with the rueful grin that says he knows the bow is funny and good. My thanks, he says, touching the piano lid like a talisman. Tom refuses to sit for counting. He never does. Pay me in coffee and quiet, he says, and Delia ignores him and pushes his share into his big hand. He stuffs it into the waistband of his trousers like he's afraid money will get ideas if it smells daylight. You'll be an old man with a mattress full of guilt, Birdie tells him. He shrugs. Better than a mattress full of sorry, he says. Now the part nobody likes, Delia says. flipping to the page that has more eraser smudges than ink. Debts, she never says it like a scold. She says it like weather inevitable and survivable with the right coat. Mary, half pay continues. Doctor, already covered. $2 advanced for broth and oranges from the grocer, who calls himself a saint. She lifts her eyes. Repay when you are on your feet. The house will forget if you forget to live. Mary's mouth trembles in gratitude. She said doesn't have words for without losing some to tears. She nods once. Birdie, 1 ribbon at 90 cents you told me was a necessity. You will explain how a ribbon becomes necessary in writing, Delia says, entirely deadpan. Birdie salutes and then blushes because the ribbon looks very pretty when she blushes, and now the room knows she knows it. House, roof patch, holds. Winter coal bought at the discount from the man who should be ashamed of himself. Stove leg repaired by Mr. Hanrahan in trade for his wife's continued privacy. Dr. Simmons paid through the month and in advance for 2 Thursdays. Marshall, she pauses, amused, received a citizen's basket, spelling correct, with compliments. Bank, she flips a page. Loan on the D Street lot is current. The D Street lot. The words make the room lift a little, like the floorboards know the map too. Delia has a deed in her lockbox to a patch of packed earth 1 street over, closer to the new freight road and a breath farther from the church. She says we'll have plumbing there, real plumbing, not just buckets and a prayer. She says baths that empty themselves are cheaper than girls who empty out from exhaustion. She says a 2nd floor that doesn't creak will take 10 years off all our backs. It sounds like magic. It is math. What's left after all the sins? Delia asks herself, pencil hovering. Profit, Tom says, with the piety of a man who has lifted 50-pound barrels twice today. Future, Clara says, because that's the shape money takes in her hands. Options, May says. Eyes on the door, knife only ever an inch away even at numbers night. Chocolate, Birdie says, earning a withering, affectionate look. On paper. Delia says, tapping numbers into obedience. Enough, she means it. Enough to eat if the storm keeps the water boy at home. Enough to help the school roof if the banker's wife remembers how to keep a secret. Enough to send to San Francisco for Singer needles, and remember we deserve tools that don't break. Enough to cover a fine if the marshal grows theatrical. Enough to keep Mary's broth hot and wits, fingers warm, and Tom's bruises from being anything but furniture related. She closes the ledger with a sound that feels like a chapter ending. Then she opens a smaller book, the one with names and notations that don't go into daylight. We call it the pantry note. It holds everything the ledger can't who's mean when drunk, who's kind after sorrow, who owes and pays, who owes and doesn't, who will sit in a chair and tell 10 jokes without asking for anything you don't want to give. It is our street map of tomorrow. Notice us, she says, and we listen like schoolgirls who actually plan to use the lesson. Redbeard keeps orbiting. He's paid twice. We keep him at the bar. If he goes upstairs, he goes with Tom standing in the hall. The prospector with the new hat good for tips, not good for credit. The clerk, she glances at me and doesn't need to say more. I nod. He was gentle and grateful and went away with his heart intact enough to buy more paper. The ranch hands who looked like fist Jenny, you charmed them into song. Well done. The minister's wife, her mouth twitches, sent a note via the organist. Our anonymous friend's generosity is appreciated. Roof will not leak this winter. We will continue to tithe anonymously to the town that condemns us publicly and eats our stew privately. Civic contributions, Tom murmurs, and we grin into our cups. Birdie raises a hand like a naughty pupil. I have an announcement, she says, trying to sound older than she looks. I am starting a fund. She digs in her bodice like a magician and produces 2 coins. She sets them down with ceremony. It is for chocolate. Anyone may contribute. Benefits include happiness and a temporary belief in miracles. Denied, Delia says instantly, deadpan. We are starting the Cold Week Fund. When the pass shuts and salt pork grows attitudes, we buy oranges and milk for whoever wakes coughing. That fund gets coins that would, in a weaker house, become chocolate. Birdie pouts just long enough to get the laugh she was owed, and then pushes her coins to the new saucer labeled Cold Week in Clara's straight, careful hand. Miracles can have scurvy, she says under her breath. We count in quiet for a while. The only sound, the click and slide of coins and the scratch of pencil marks that feel like a future signed legible. Over by the stove, Mary counts very slowly, like moving her fingers along a rosary. She keeps 1 coin out and then another and then tucks them back, deciding not to indulge the parts of her that don't plan to keep her alive. That is numbers, nights, cruel kindness. You can see exactly which pieces of you are expansive. Delia finishes the book and does the thing that makes us all blink like owls. She stands, stretches her back, and smiles. It is not the smile she uses to separate men from money or bank managers from their pretensions. It's the one she keeps for us, small and rare and paid for. You did good work, she says, grammar dropped like a guard. All of you. Nobody bled who wasn't supposed to. Nobody took what they didn't pay for. Nobody got clever with time. We can keep the lights through snow. We can pay Simmons without bargaining. We can send coal to the widow on B Street if the mine shuts. We can think about wallpaper. Wallpaper, Whit breathes, like he just improvised it. Wallpaper, Birdie echoes, eyes wide with the luxury of it. Something dark that hides men's hats, Tom mutters. Something that looks like a forgiving night, Clara says. And everyone murmurs the way people do in church when the preacher says something that could be true if we tried. We aren't done until the last ritual. Delia's walk with the little black key. She takes the cash box and the ledger, both hugged to her ribs like babies, and disappears into the back where the safe lives inside a cabinet that looks like a pie cupboard. She closes the safe with a turn and another turn. The click is the true end of numbers night. The sound of money sleeping somewhere you don't have to, when she returns. She carries an envelope she sets in the center of the bar. For the D Street lot, she says, our future proof. She touches it with 2 fingers, and we all feel the weight of what it might be. Floors that don't betray us, walls that don't bend. A hip bath with a drain that takes filth away without making a woman carry it. Any objections? She asks, because she asks even when she knows there aren't any. That's part of why we stay. May lifts her chin. Only if you put the shovels in our hands when it's time, she says. I aim to build the steps I plan to climb. Done, Delia says. Tom will be foreman. He likes to order wood around. We laugh. It's late. The room has that tired glow look buildings get only when they've been forgiven. Whit hums, something soft without the piano. Birdie yawns like she's opening a tiny velvet theatre in her face. Clara puts the pencil stub in her pocket as if it might grow. Mary closes her eyes and breathes like soup might be enough. Asterisk. Last business, Delia says, as if there could be any after the safe and the D Street Future Savings Club. She means the quiet little pact 3 of us made after a bad week 2 months back, when a woman from the Magnolia didn't wake. Each week we put $1 into a common purse. First woman to hit 500 takes her share and goes east, west, respectable, anonymous, sewing shop, boarding house, doesn't matter. The other to keep going. When the second hits 500, she goes. The third keeps the pot, keeps the habit, keeps breathing, totals. Clara says, already primed to tally. Jenny names hers. She's closer than she lets on because luck likes girls who laugh at it. I name mine and try not to choke on how numbers can be both salvation and panic. May names hers without apology. She has learned to be rich in small places. We all put $1 into the little purse, and we do not say anything sappy because we are not drunk and because sappy dries out in this air. Close it up, Delia says at last. Tom sweeps the last coin into its tin, knocks the bar once with his knuckles for luck, and blows the lamps down to a sigh. The room goes from gold to whatever is kinder than dark. We stand, chairs scuffing the floor like reminiscences. Birdie tucks her empty chocolate fun saucer behind the licorice jar, just in case miracles return. On the stairs, the house creaks the way it tells us. It heard everything and will keep our secrets if we keep it warm. At the top, we split. Left to the room with the window that never quite shuts. Right to the room with the floorboard that recognizes footsteps. My hand finds the tin again before sleep, not to count, just to feel that it exists. False bottoms are the truth most nights. There's the money you show the world and the money that lets you leave it. Before I blow out the lamp, I see Delia downstairs at the bar, alone with the ledger, like a wife with a husband who needs one more word. She's not counting. She's staring at the page where she writes the names of girls who left on purpose. There are 3. There is room for more. She runs her fingertip under the line where tonight she writes Sarah, I stop. In my head, I rewrite names because it hurts less than remembering who doesn't get one. Numbers night is not just addition. It is story. What we keep, what we give, what we hide. Tomorrow will be the same math with different faces. The town will come looking for the lies it can afford, and we will sell them at a profit that buys truth. Soup, sleep, safety, Singer Needles, D Street. A ledger with more exits than entries. I blow the flame out, and the dark is friendly. Coins settle in their tins like babies adjusting in sleep. Somewhere, Wit's fingers twitch because even dreams hear music. Tom checks the front door a second time, and then a third because rituals are better than locks. May doesn't snore. She breathes like a woman guarding something. We have enough. Not forever, not yet, but enough to stack tomorrow on. Enough to call the doctor and not flinch. Enough to tell the marshal we prefer order to theatre and mean it. Enough to put $1 into a purse for a version of me I haven't met yet. Enough to write our names under left on purpose when the book comes back out and the lamps are turned up again. Asterisk. Sunday morning in Virginia City sounds like a town deciding what kind of story it wants to tell about itself. The stamp mills hush as if someone threw a blanket over their iron dreams. Wagons slow down. Men remember hats. The church bell on B Street collects the air and pours it into a shape called respectable. From our upstairs window you can see skirts moving in a river past the Silver Queen, wide as caution, high as mud, sweeping around our door like water around a rock. We are supposed to be the rock the current pretends not to touch. Wash day, Clara says, rolling her sleeves. She says it like prayer, and maybe it is. There's a holiness to hot water when you have to earn every bucket steam, rising like forgiveness, lie biting like honesty, cloth surrendering last night's stories until it remembers being clean. Miss Delia lets the morning be soft. For 15 minutes, the house yawns itself into motion. Oh piano, no customers, just the polite creak of boards that held everyone up and would like acknowledgement. Tom pads through in his stocking feet, bruised knuckles, carrying a tray with coffee that tastes like practical mercy. May sits with one boot unlaced, threading a needle that will go through leather and habit. Birdie leans out the window with her chin on her hands, watching the parade of women pretending our building is a cliff they must not fall from. Church hats are their own weather. Feathers flutter, silk bows sternly. A little girl points at Wit, leaning in the doorway, and is yanked away by a hand in a glove that forgives a lot of things. Just not curiosity. Across the street, Mr. Finch locks the bank door like he's closing a mouth that learned too many words on Saturday night. Count M. Tom mutters as the bell calls. Not cruel, just acquainted with the town's arithmetic. Half of them borrowed our chairs last winter for the school roof meeting, and we didn't charge rent, Delia says mildly, which is how she says remember grace without polishing it. Mary is up by decree, not strengthened, wrapped in a shawl, her bowl of oatmeal steaming slow on the table. She eats like someone making a treaty with her own body. When she lifts her spoon, her hand doesn't tremble. We do not stare. We all notice. That's the difference between gawking and care. Save me a clean apron, you tell Clara, tying your hair back so the morning can see your face without all the lights turned on. I'm taking the basket. The basket is a Sunday invention, bread ends that are somehow saints. A jar of soup that smells like forgiving, to oranges we pretend aren't luxuries. The tag on the handle says for the roof, from a friend. Same tidy letters Delia uses when she writes the bank and the doctor and the widow who lives behind the livery. You carry it around the block to the alley door of the parsonage, so nobody has to pretend they saw you. A boy answers who recognizes your face but not your name. He takes the basket like it might burn him and beams like it won't. Tell your ma it came from a woman who knows leaks, you say, and he giggles and runs, and the bell rings again like it approves of anonymous engineering. On your way back, you stop at the laundry, not the big shed behind the hotel where linens lose their color, but the yard off Union Alley where Mr. Lee and his nephew, Daniel, have built a river out of tubs and patience. Steam lifts over the fence like a secret you can smell. Mr. Lee raises a hand when he sees you, one greeting to equal the church's bell. Quiet, respectful, to neighbors doing business while the town reads each other's souls. Rags first, he asks in careful English, already dipping your sack toward the hottest boil. Clean rags are the house's spine. You spend more on them than on rouge, and that is not a metaphor. Please, you say. And Clara's good blouse, careful of the buttons. He nods and doesn't comment when you tuck 2 extra coins into the dish. He never comments on money you pay forward when coins are easier than thanks. If other laundries overcharge girls like you, his prices are a neutral handshake. Once, when snow kept the water boy home and the tubs dry, he sent water anywhen a note, just wet, that smelled like survival. Delia paid him back in cash and steak and something she never wrote in the ledger. Sundays make you remember your debts and how you keep them. Back at the house, Clara is turning steam into rebirth. Birdie has discovered that her ribbon floats in the wash like a tame fish and laughs at it until May rescues and rings it with the gentleness she saves for foolishness she likes. Tom mends a stool leg with glue that smells like a dare. Wit, barefoot, picks at a melody on his closed piano lid, fingers drumming the outline of a hymn he refuses to admit he knows. Asterisk church will be out in a bit, he says, not looking toward the door. Time to put on our Sunday faces, the ones they'll thank later and deny now. Leave the door closed till 2. Delia says, if the pious want quiet, we'll sell it to them at market rates. We take up the work of living buttons, souls, hymns, the Dutch army of pins in an old saucer that's seen more strategy than a sheriff's desk. You darn a stocking with the focused love of a woman who knows that holes are how cold creeps in. Clara writes 3 letters for 3 different girls at the Magnolia dictated words to mothers who prefer seamstress to truth and to a child who will learn the real story years later and forgive or not. She leans close, pencil dark and sure. Literacy here is currency that can't be taken at gunpoint. A soft knock at the back door pole from the Magnolia. Hatless cheeks, shiny with tears, she hasn't given permission. Mag sent me, she says, and that's all it takes to hollow the room down to its steel. Who? May asks, already putting on her coat. Lovey, Pearl says. Didn't wake. Mag says she had the cough, but she didn't wake. There are Sundays when the sermon is love your neighbor. There are Sundays when the sermon is get the shovel. Tom, the coffin, Delia says. Not because we own one, but because. Tom knows the carpenter who keeps a box for travelers and charges less when Delia writes his wife's name on an envelope before he can speak. Wit, go fetch Mr. Hanrahan. Tell him it's needed now, and no theatrics. To Pearl. We walk with Pearl, no procession. No parade, just 3 women and a man carrying a promise down D Street while the bell rings its careful little lies about sin and forgiveness. The Magnolia is quieter than a bar should be at noon. Mag herself stands at the foot of a bed with her jaw set and her eyes in a war they are losing. Lungs, she says. We tried the onion syrup and the rest. Her voice breaks once. She lets it, then doesn't again. Lovey looks like a girl who got tired, which is both true and unbearably merciful. Her hair is combed. Her hands are folded the way women fold them when nobody told them how to pray. Birdie puts her forehead to the doorframe and breathes like she's been struck. May touches Lovey's shoulder and then her own heart in one motion, as if counting beats that stopped and beats that keep stubborn time. Mr. Hanrahan arrives with a pine box plain and beautiful in the way honest wood is. He takes off his hat like entering a church he deserves. He measures without speaking. The box is too big, because they always are. Potter's Field, he asks. We all know the answer. The churchyard is for women who didn't teach the town how to be honest about what it wants. Potter's Field, Delia says, and then, quieter. We'll pay the grave man double to let her lie near the fence where the lilac squeezes under in spring. We help with what we can do. Birdie finds a ribbon without red in it. Clara produces a shawl from nowhere that suddenly looks like right. May has a clean dress tucked under her arm because she always does. Because she planned to. Because Sundays and death have a calendar you can't predict but you can prepare for. Delia counts out coins in the corner and folds them into the carpenter's palm without letting his eyes catch the number. We walk behind the wagon because not walking behind it is worse. The church bell is silent now, its duty done. From the parsonage alley your empty basket has been replaced by nothing, and that is how it's supposed to be. At the far edge of town, where money and prayers run out at the same fence, the grave man digs like the earth owes him speed. He doesn't meet our eyes. He lets us gather around the hole anyway. That counts. Say something, Pearl whispers, and it's May who steps up, because of course it is. She clears her throat like she's been asked to sing and hates it. She looks at the grave and the sky and us, and then picks her words out of the dirt like seeds. We are here because we outlived another, she says, simple as water. We are here because she did not. We will remember her enough to carry some of her work, and not so much that we sink. She laughed with a snort I liked. She braided her hair too tight. She once gave me her last orange and told me she didn't like fruit anyway. She deserved a room with a window she could afford to open. She deserved a spring that lasted longer than a week. She isn't here to argue with me, so I get the last word. It is this: Lovey, you are ours. The rest is the town's problem. Birdie sings without meaning, to a lullaby from a place she won't admit missing. It shakes every leaf within hearing. Wit isn't here, but you swear you can hear a piano say amen anyway. We shovel, not for show, for speed. Dirt thuds like the end of a story nobody ordered. Pearl takes a handful and lets it fall. Delia sets the shawl on top of the last layer before it goes under. Mr. Hanrahan stands with his hat in his hands, newly poor, freshly rich. On the walk back, silence is a fifth person. We let it. Words right now would be either lies or screams. Neither belongs on a Sunday sidewalk. At the Magnolia door, Mag stops you with a hand that looks like it slapped better men than God. Thank you, she says. It's the kind of thank you can spend later on a warning about a deputy, on a bucket of water when a pipe bursts, on a name that matters passed behind a fan at the opera house. It's also a wound sealing itself with dignity. Back at the Silver Queen, the routine we left keeps time in our chairs. Tom has soup waiting and the kind of silence men know not to fill. Clara feeds Mary half of hers without making it a performance. Delia walks straight to the ledger and opens it to a page you've never seen. There are 2 names there and room for pencil, not ink. She writes, Lovey helped, and closes the book. The town debauches its afternoon with naps and roast beef. The church door opens, and hats reappear on heads that forgive themselves in sunlight. Mrs. Finch sends over a pie via the organist a peach miracle that tastes like somebody's mother, wrapped in a note that says simply, for the basket. We slice it into too many pieces on purpose and pretend it's not the best thing to happen to us in a month. Doors at 2, Delia says at 1:59, which is how you set a boundary on a Sabbath. The bell over the front makes its bright little noise. Men come quieter on Sundays, not sober, just quieter. They use inside voices for their outside sins. You sell coffee flavored with grace and rye disguised as second chances. Wit plays hymns like jokes and jokes like hymns. The marshal strolls by, sees the pie cooling on the window ledge, doffs his hat like a man who recognizes better cooks than his mother, and moves on. Among eyes that have buried too many names asks, if someone can write a letter. Clara sits with him at the end of the bar and takes down his dictation to Mrs. L. Romano. He tells a story about a pit that moved and a beam that did not, and a friend who wasn't quick enough. Clara spells the sorrow correctly and adds a sentence he didn't think to say. He spoke of you. The man stares at the words the way he'd stare at a sunrise if he had nothing left to go mine later. The schoolteacher knocks at the back like she's practiced. She wants to borrow chairs again. Tom stacks them like arguments. We load them onto a wagon driven by the butcher's boy who whistles hymns in the wrong key and knows better than to smirk. The teacher doesn't look at our faces. She looks at our hands, at how we lift, at how we don't demand thanks and don't refuse it either. She says, "The roof doesn't leak." Delia says, "Roofs shouldn't," and that is the conversation. By sundown, the Sabbath has made us tired in a different direction. We have stood at a grave and at a sink. We have sent soup and taken pie. We have watched a town forgive itself in public, while we tucked forgiveness into private envelopes. Evening service, Tom says, winking at Wit, who obligingly plays something that makes men remember the version of God who likes dancing. The room fills, but not with trouble. Even the better liars can't stir a brawl. On a day when we put a girl in the ground and a roof over children's heads, Birdie sits next to Mary and braids her hair too. Tight on purpose, because some rituals are for the living. May puts her boot up on a chair and cuts away a stitch that's choking her instep. She sighs like freedom and then frowns like she's afraid of it. Clara files, Delia's pencil back to a perfect point. You think about the morning's parade of skirts and how they held themselves above our lintels like we were a puddle trying to drown them. You think about Mr. Lee's quiet bow and the boy with the basket and the grave man who dug fast and looked away. You think about Lovey's ribbon and the shawl and Mag's thank you and how the world is full of things churches don't list under miracles. When you step outside at the end of the night to breathe air that hasn't been inside anyone yet. The moon sits above the Comstock like a coin the sky is considering spending. The minds sleep with one eye open. Somewhere, way down the street, a child coughs and then does not cough again. The bell is silent. The town holds its breath. You hold yours with it, then let it go. Sundays don't save us, but they let us choose what to remember. We choose the steam and the shore, the pie and the pencil, the hat tip that wasn't owed and the chair that went where it was needed. We choose the line in Delia's ledger under burials and the other one under civic contributions, and the way those two pages sit side by side like a hymn that refuses to end in a minor key dot inside. The lamp throws a circle of gold on the floorboards right where our feet will stand tomorrow when the bell rings and men come to buy smaller lies. Outside, winter scrapes a fingernail on the horizon and grins. We will meet it at the tubs with water and at the door with rules and at the grave with shawls. We will meet it together because that is our only trick. And it's a good one. Sleep, Delia says. And for once even she sounds tired. There's a week waiting that thinks it can surprise us. It can try. Asterisk. The morning Sarah leaves begins like a secret, earlier than law. Softer than rumor, cold enough to make plans look braver. It's not dawn yet. Just that grey hour town clocks don't bother to count. The stove ticks like a creature thinking. Downstairs, Miss Delia moves through the room without touching anything, as if words might wake the wrong story. She has a parcel on the bar wrapped in brown paper and tied with string that remembers sailors. On top of it, an envelope with a name that isn't Sarah's. Travel light, May says, not for the first time. She's sharpening a hat pin on a whetstone, long, elegant, wicked. Heavy bags make slow targets. She tucks the pin into a little leather sheath like it's a secret a lady keeps under a word like propriety. Sarah smiles, that sideways smile she uses when a joke. And a goodbye, share a body. She's all buttons and breaths this morning. A dress that looks like it knows what trains smell like. No corset laces pulled past since Delia insisted. No fainting on Nevada roads, she'd said. Gravity's hard enough. Tom sets 3 mugs of coffee on the bar, the steam rising straight in the still air like good intentions. He looks colossal in the quiet. His shirt sleeves are rolled. His knuckles remember a night when a man put his hand where it didn't belong and found out where it did. Stage leaves the livery at 5, he says, voice low. I walked the block. Marshall's lamp is out. Either he's sleeping like a babe or counting his bribes backwards. Either way, we take the alley. Document, Delia says, and hands Sarah the envelope, the one with a different woman's name wearing her face. It's a letter of reference for a seamstress, signed by Mrs. Finch herself, discreetly obtained and more valuable than a sermon, to whom it may concern. There's a folded sheet inside with more names and addresses than you knew one. Woman could memorize boarding houses where no one asks the question with the sharpest edges. A milliner on Market Street who takes cash and silence. A doctor in case the carbolic of Nevada proves less persuasive in California. The top sheet is a map drawn in Delia's tidy hand. Virginia City gives Carson, gives Truckee, gives Sacramento, gives San Francisco. Between each arrow, she's written a single rule. Pay for the corner seat. Elbows are borders. Don't let the man behind you carry your bag. He is practicing ownership. Don't read your letter in public. Emotions attract thieves. Eat when you can, even if you're not hungry. Hunger is a poor traveling companion. Tell the same lie twice. Or better, tell no story at all. If someone says he knows your face, he knows someone else's. Keep walking. Never hand your ticket to a stranger in a hat. Hand it to the man on the step who says ma'am like the word has rent due. Sarah traces the first arrow with a finger. That finger has mended 3 of your dresses and 1 of your days. You always wanted to be a schoolteacher, she teases Delia. And Delia lets herself smile exactly the width of a pencil line. I preferred a curriculum with better funding, she says. There's a small grey carpet bag on the floor by Sarah's shoes, sturdy, neat. A nonsense container for a person who has decided to be one thing in the morning and another by supper. It holds 2 dresses, 2 chemises, stockings, a comb, a threaded needle, a roll of coins wrapped in a kerchief, a little tin where perfume used to live and now money does. The candy tin with the false bottom you still use. She made yours by lamplight one night the same way she made this new one for herself, careful, amused, patient. Keep your money like you keep your secrets, she said then. Obvious on top, important underneath. May slides the hatpin into Sarah's sleeve with the clinical gentleness of a nurse setting a splint. Don't stab your new life with it, she says. It's for snakes, not suitors. And if a snake is a suitor, Sarah asks. Then you're from here, May says. And that is both a joke and a benediction. Birdie arrives, barefoot, hair like a halo that's decided its own doctrine. She is carrying a handkerchief she embroidered with the sort of flowers that grow in rooms without windows. Little loud, a little hopeful. For your pocket, she says, thrusting it at Sarah like a child shoving a frog into his sister's hands. So you wipe your eyes with something that remembers us and doesn't shed. She is crying already, and trying to invent a shrug that will keep tears from staining her reputation. Sarah tucks the handkerchief into the outside pocket of the carpet bag, and then, rethinking, slides it into the inside of her dress at the waist, where it becomes an amulet that smells like starch and birdie. Clara appears with a tin of hard candies, wrapped in crackling paper, stagecoach currency. For the driver or for you, she says. Sugar talks faster than coins when the road breaks a wheel. She also presses a folded paper into Sarah's palm tree names and an address in a tidy script. Widow on Natoma Street lets 2 women. She has rules. You'll like her for that. Mary, wrapped in shawl and stubbornness, struggles to her feet. You'll write, she says, not a request. Tell me if San Francisco has air worth the letters they write about it. Sarah grins. I'll write you a weather report so long you'll need wit to set it to music. Wit, who has been exquisitely quiet in the corner as if silence could be a gift, lifts a small parcel from beside him. Can't bring the piano, he says, sheepish. So take this. It's a harmonica modest length of metal and reed in a case that someone has polished to a shy shine. For when the train stalls and nobody tells the truth about time, she takes it and for one dangerous second looks like she'll make a sound. Then she closes the case. If I play, I'll stay, she says, and puts music away for distance. Tom checks the clock, and then the door, and then the alley, and then the clock again. A man tuning the room. The night's last star has decided to mind its own business. There's a scrape of a wagon wheel down the street, the sound of somebody else's dawn. Delia knots the last loop of string on the brown paper parcel and hands it over. Dress patterns, she says, though you suspect the weight tells a different story. Clients sent measurements. Women like to gossip about waistlines, take their money while they're talking. Sarah hugs the parcel to her ribs and breathes like a woman married to breath. I'm not dying, she says, embarrassed by all this love in object form. No, Delia says simply. We don't make this fuss when you die. We make soup. This is what we do when you leave on purpose. There's one more envelope. Delia doesn't hold it long, just long enough to remember money's temperature, then slides it across the bar. From the savings club, she says, and from the 3 fools who stayed up counting your stitches last week. There's more inside than Sarah expected. You know because her shoulders dropped the way they do when you set down a pail you didn't realize was heavy. You'll pay us back by sending a letter addressed to left on purpose. Care of E Street, quarterly, May adds, which is strictly a joke and strictly not. And if you need to turn around, Delia says, her voice softer than whiskey's best offer, do not be proud. We will meet you at the road with a bowl and a bed and a lie we all prefer. Sarah nods. She has a face that can hold 2 truths without breaking. That she is leaving because she can, and that staying would not be failure, just a different kind of work. Time, Tom says. And the word is a small bell. You take the back stairs because goodbyes from the street invite legal interpretation. The alley is a crease of cold pressed into the block. Ice makes lace where last night's washwater convinced itself it was a lake. Your breath is a kind of admission. At the end of the plank walk, the livery yawns and snorts, horses stamping like men with opinions, harnessed leather speaking in creaks, a lantern dangling, throwing a coin of light onto mud that thinks very highly of itself. The stage sits with its wheels splaying argument. Its paint is a red you could only call brave in this light. The driver hat like a roof, mustache like a statement looks you over as if the women of E Street are a kind of freight he knows how to strap down. He nods once at Tom and twice at Delia. In Nevada, that's a contract, Sacto. By tomorrow night, he says to the cold, to the horses, to the idea of schedules, assuming God and the washouts mind their manners. God rarely does, Delia says. but my girls do. Corner seat. Bought and paid, he answers, biting the words as he lifts the carpet bag to the roof with a competence that makes you love competence. There's movement down. B-streeter, shadow breaking a shadow. For one breath, you think, Marshall. But it's only the butcher's boy with bread for the boarding house woman who keeps hens. He sees you, sees the bag, the parcel, the set to Sarah's shoulders, and ducks his head with a respect men twice his years forget to practice. Birdie can't stand still. She tucks herself under Sarah's arm like a bird, reconsidering migration, and talks fast to keep from crying fast. When you find a man with hands like a gentleman and teeth like a gambler, she says, marry the hands and hire the teeth. Sarah laughs, startled by the perfection of it. I'll sew it on a sampler. Do, Birdie says. Frame it above your singer so you don't sell it on a hungry day. May steps in last before Delia, which is rank you earn, not claim. She takes Sarah's face in both hands, her palms cool as judgment, and kisses her forehead like a benediction and a dare. You don't owe this city your ghosts, she says. Take only your verbs. Delia doesn't kiss. She arranges. She tucks the parcel into the curve of Sarah's arm so a thief would have to take ribs to get it. She turns the hat brim a degree so rain knows its job. She slides the envelope with the Nat Sarah letter deeper under the bodice lace without violating the treaty of dignity. Then she lets her hand rest on Sarah's cheek for a heartbeat. Just that, just enough. Be ordinary, she says, which is the most radical instruction she's ever given. Let no one write a story about you that you didn't authorize. You get the smallest piece, because you asked for nothing, and up you go, Tom says when the driver signals with a chin. He puts his hand out, and Sarah steps onto it like a queen uses a footman. There's grace in work when you do it this way. She climbs with the careful power of a woman used to stairs with opinions. She takes the corner seat. She tests the hat pin with a tiny, invisible move. She knows where the tin is, where the knife is, where the letter sits, where her own courage is stashed. She looks briefly, like a general surveying a battlefield she refuses to fight. Folks. The driver calls, eyes scanning dawn for stragglers who meant to leave and didn't. Virginia City to Carson. Make your peace with your breakfasts. A man in a coat too thin and a soul too loud jogs up, breath-making clouds that are empty of apology. He tries to hand the driver a coin-like permission, and the driver ignores him in that professional way that rescues everyone. Tom steps between coin and coach, as if he has been paid in advance to be a wall. The man mutters, finds an oath, loses it, backs off. The marshal does appear to minutes too late and 9 feet too tall, hat cocked at the swagger. Angle that wants witnesses. He sees the coach, sees Delia, sees Tom's big bored patience. He sees Sarah, but doesn't recognize her because ordinary is a magic trick. Mornin' ladies, he says, in the tone men use when they want to pick a fight with polite. Travelin' so early. He glances at Delia's parcel, at her hands, at nothing, at power. Civic engagement, Delia says, deadpan. We're stimulating commerce. He blinks. She's a language he cannot read without a translator, and he came without one. He tips his hat because hats are the currency of cowards in daylight, and steps aside not because he's a gentleman, but because he likes his job, and jobs don't survive public mistakes. Wit would have given him a flourish. The horses give him manure. We prefer the latter, higher. The driver says, a sound that is equal parts command and hope. The coach lurches. Leather groans. Wheels decide mud is a game they can win. The red box with its human cargo rolls away from the Silver Queen in the grey morning down D Street, toward a string of arrows that end in salt water and maybe a shop window with a dress that pays for itself. Sarah looks back once, not for long. Long looks are anchors. She lifts a hand to the brim of her hutter. Tiny salute, only you would notice it. Birdie waves like a windmill and then clamps both hands over her own mouth. May does not wave. Delia's eyes track the coach until there is nothing left to see but distance. Inside, Delia says, the word a quilt. Hot will beat cold faster if we help it. Back in the kitchen, the stove is all appetite. Clara pours coffee with the kind of economy that looks like love. Mary folds her shawl and sets it on the back of a chair as if chairs could be changed by kindness. Tom leans his elbows on the bar and for the first time this morning looks like he might be tired. Whit opens the piano lid and touches not a hymn. Not a dirge, not a dance, just 3 notes that sound like a train pulling breath. Birdie sits on the floor and puts her head on May's knee for a second, then jumps up as if caught being tender without a license. Delia walks to the ledger and opens it to the page that smelled like promise last night. Left on purpose. She writes Sarah and then the new name, the one on the letter, because the world is a witness you can't trust. She dates it. She puts a small dot next to it, a code we invented that means, has the map. She closes the book and then rests her hand on it, the way women rest hands on bellies before the first kick. You'll get a letter by Epiphany, she says, because prophecy is just schedule with better manners. She'll say she misses the terrible coffee and the good stew. She described the ocean badly. She'll brag about charging extra for collars. She will forget to write the worst parts, and we will let her. You realize your eyes aren't wet because all your water is busy being steam in this room. May slides you a cup. You drink. It is foul. You are grateful. Work begins to seep back into the morning in its old, familiar ways. The tubs need filling. The floor needs sweeping. The mirror won't polish itself and won't apologize for not trying. The list of chores has no entry for my friend left, so you write it in with a tick mark where only you can see dot at 10. A man you've never seen asks if he can pay for a song and a story. Wit takes the coin and plays something jaunty. You say, once upon a time, a woman took a road west to go east, and he laughs without understanding and buys another round at noon. The boy from the parsonage returns your basket with a note in Mrs. Finch's careful hand. The roof holds. Thank you. You imagine Sarah under a new roof in a city that can't spell your name and won't try. You picture her standing behind a counter arranged like an altar, pins, patterns, a chalk line, an iron hot as a comet. You picture a bell on her door and a ledger with a column labeled profit that is just future wearing numbers. The day grows itself in rings. By evening, somebody will fight with someone else about something neither of them minds. By midnight, the marshal will pretend he didn't sleep through dawn. By morning, you will lace yourself back into the life you've chosen. Now mine is one woman who taught your hands to trust tins and your heart to trust exits. And somewhere, on a stretch of track hammered into earth by men who didn't get to choose their destination, a coach will rattle toward a river that turns into an ocean, and a woman will pull a hatpin from her sleeve and smile because she didn't need it. Not today. What we sell here, you think, isn't desire. It's delay. What we buy with the proceeds is choice. Today, choice put on a neat grey dress, tucked a letter under its bodice, and left at 5 in the morning while the town was busy praying at a church that always forgets who paid for its roof. You wipe a glass that is already clean and line it up with the others. You check the saucer that holds the cold week fund and add a coin because you liked how the driver spoke to the horse. You straighten the picture frame because Jenny isn't awake yet. You tie your knife to your thigh and think, for the first time since you arrived, that the world is slightly larger than the room you have mastered. When the bell rings and men come in looking for the stories they can afford, you will give them some. But tonight, when you blow out the lamp and the house goes from gold to dark and the ledger sleeps, you will take out a scrap of paper and write ocean and leave the line blank, ready for a sound you do not know yet, ready for a friend who will send it like thunder in a small envelope that says, "Left on purpose on the front and I made it on the inside." Asterisk. Winter doesn't arrive in Virginia City so much as it decides you've had enough practice and calls your bluff. The first storm comes down from the Sierras like a house with no doors. It doesn't ask what you have planned. It puts its hands on your shoulders and says, "Bend." Snow sheets sideways, not down the kind that writes its own grammar. By noon, the boardwalk is a rumor. By dusk, the lamps make little islands of warm lies, and between them there is a sea where even men who think they are weatherproof look small, stoves full, buckets filled. Shut the upstairs, sash tight enough to silence someone, Miss Delia says, moving through the rooms with a tucked-in urgency that isn't panic because she doesn't keep that in stock. Wit, play loud. Noise keeps people from remembering how wide the dark is. Wit obliges. The piano becomes a furnace with keys. Tom has stacked wood by the back door in soldierly ranks. May checks the latches with the same attention she gives knives. Clara, sleeves rolled, has a pot that holds a week's worth of beans, pretending to be stew. Birdie hums something that wants to be summer. It isn't, but the ambition helps. By 5, the front door pushes back. Men enter, blowing steam like locomotives that forgot their tracks. Coats shed wet in exasperated piles. Hats drip into saucers. The room smells like thaw and old plans. No one boasts. Whether humbles, even the loud learn to sip. We sell hot coffee, soup, rye, with the manners to pretend it's tea. We let men stand closer to the stove than their pride would allow on any other night. We become a place to forget wind. Winter is good for business if you don't break. Then the marshal decides to be weather too. He comes with 2 deputies and a folded sheet of paper that thinks it's a reason that new ordinance, Miss Delia, predicted and outmaneuvered twice in drafts. Now wearing a seal like a ribbon on a bad idea. He arrives exactly when the snow makes walking anywhere else a fool's errand. He brings with him a man with a notebook tucked in his coat, the newspaper man whose editor wants a headline that sounds like virtue punching sin. The room drops a degree that has nothing to do with the door. Tom's hand finds the persuader's handle and then leaves it, which shifts keys. The tune climbs, giving cover to voices that need to change shape. Evening, the marshal says, hat holding snow like an alibi. I'm here to enforce the law. He says it like the law is a stray he's been feeding behind the jail, and tonight it's finally coming inside. Of course, Delia says, and every woman in the room hears the comma she doesn't speak. Would the law like to take a seat as its feet are wet? He doesn't. He wants to stand and be looked at. Deputies flank. The reporter tries to climb on top of the moment and ride it someplace he can sell. Men at the bar shrank in their coats, palms moving down to cover coins unspent and names not to be printed. This house, the marshal announces to the room, to the storm, to the tiny courtroom in his head, is in violation of the city ordinance for the regulation of... He falters, as if the word is a door he can't quite locate in the wall. Immoral establishments. He shakes the paper as if it might ring a bell. Regulation or closure? Delia asks, voice leak. She has read the ordinance. She has underlined the parts that contradict themselves. We have paid the license described in paragraph 3. She nods at the little frame near the piano that says, Public music permitter. Document stamped by a clerk who will deny it tomorrow. We can produce the doctor's certificates referenced in paragraph 6. She points, almost lazily, to the card room door, the one that for the last month has held a new brass plate, Thursday, and we are closed to indecorous conduct on Sundays between the hours of church and late pie. Someone snorts. Someone coughs. Someone nods. The marshal keeps trying to make the floorboards look like they are his. The newspaper man licks the end of his pencil, the theatrical devil. We're conducting inspections, the marshal says. New policy. Names to be registered. Rooms to be searched. Search your boots first, May says. Too low for him, loud enough for us, before you track snow on our clean floor. Tom steps forward half a pace, no more. He's not big so much as decisive. Marshal, he says, affably drowned in barkeep. Weather's bad enough without freezing your ears off in here. Warm your bones and do your checking with a pen, not boots. We got lists for you. He lifts a ledger, not the ledger. Never the ledger decoy with a neat hand and nothing that can be used as a noose. It contains names of men who will not ruin us when printed. It contains euphemisms that, read loudly, sound like fire codes. The marshal hesitates. Cold makes men remember they're mortal. The newspaper man wants drama. He shuffles near the stove and says, too loudly, aren't you ashamed? We look at him like he asked the piano to apologize for being wood. Birdie smiles in a way that could salt bread. For charging market rates, she says. Never. We'll start upstairs, the marshal declares, taking a step that puts his back to Tom. Poor form. Tom does nothing. Another man, standing in a shadow near the door, does Mr. Finch. The banker, his silver hair discovered by lamplight, hat in hand, the head nod of a man who sits on councils and likes to be thought of as the city's uncle. Marshal, he says kindly, as if shooing a dog from a garden without offending its owner, might be a finer advertisement for the city's good judgment if you conducted your registries in daylight. Public spectacle when the road is impassable feels opportunistic. He smiles without showing teeth. Besides, the council debated an amendment regarding registration procedures. Wouldn't do to have your paperwork preempted by policy. Terribly embarrassing to enforce an ordinance that's out of date by morning. The marshal narrows his eyes. He does the math. He likes his hat. He likes tomorrow. The newspaper man, to his credit, recognizes he has stumbled into a subtler opera than he can hum. He scratches anyway, making notes that sound like squeaks. Inspection now, the marshal says again. Stubborn, the storm at his back lending him spine. Names, now Delia pivots. Names, she says, agreeable as a cat. We've prepared a roster. She lifts a stack of cards from the bar. They list our house names and house ages, and the dates of clinics, and the miraculous fact that all of us are currently carrying certificates of health issued this very month. They also list any man in town with a title who has ever walked through our door as guardian sponsor an invented category. That sounds like respectability and functions as a quiet saber. He scans. He pauses. Seeing his own friends on paper as protectors rather than patrons confuses the engine. He looks like a man who walked into a mirror and is deciding whether to apologize. "We'll verify these," he grumbles, tucking the cards into his coat. Rooms. Delia smiles, the wintry, gentle one she uses on bank managers and predators. "Of course," she says. "We'll be delighted to show you how tidy we keep accommodations. It will improve the reporter's copy, I'm sure." She turns her head and her voice loses sugar. May rises, which is like the floor getting taller. "With me," she says to the deputies. She holds her knife in a place that is technically legal and practically persuasive. Hands off curtains. Hats off heads. If you open a drawer, you close it. If you put mud on a quilt, you clean it. If you break a latch, Tom will fix it and send you the bill. Upstairs, the rooms are as clean as truth, which is to say cleaner than a man's conscience and twice as useful. The beds are made. The bowls of carbolic solution sit like little, stern angels. The washstand boasts cloths that do not lie. The deputies poke because it is their job. They find nothing but discipline. One lifts a pillow with 2 fingers like a gentleman holding a frog. Birdie, trailing, chirps, "Careful." Respectable women put their faces there. He flushes. She wins. In the clinic room. Dr. Simmons has timed his arrival with a genius that could be coincidence or communication. He stands, hands already clean, instruments laid out as if they were meeting minutes. "Marshall," he says, neutral, the exact tone of a man who has delivered babies and eulogies and doesn't confuse the tools. "You're just in time to observe sanitary practice." "Doctor," the marshal replies, forced into courtesy. The reporter's eyes brighten. He smells an Angletown doctor enables Weissbutt. Simmons hands him a lecture instead. "You'll note," he says, pointing to the phenol, the antiseptic measures. "You may also care to see purchase receipts for carbolic acid and lithocity benefits from our commerce as well as our compliance." The marshal did not come to be taught. And yet here is knowledge, unavoidable as snow. He recovers by demanding names again. Simmons hands him a clipboard. "We do love props with house names and dates that match the cards." He does not pause on Mary's, where it notes rest by medical order. Men respect orders more when they think they sound like army. Back downstairs. The inspection becomes inventory. Delia shows liquor licenses and music permits. Tom shows a locked cabinet where the medicine a traveling drummer tried to sell last month sits untasted and unbought. Labeled in Clara's hand, "Poison false hope." The reporter scribbles that phrase twice. We hope his editor has sense. The marshal is losing the script. He can't arrest cleanliness. He can't print health without endorsing it. He cannot, tonight, march us out into snow for a theater that will make him look like a man who picks on warmth. He pivots to paper safety. "You'll report weekly," he says, as if he invented the idea. Doctors, notes, names, inspections without notice. "Of course," Delia says, "sweetness like a knife that prefers not to be used." Thursday at 3, as always. "You're welcome to attend if your appetite for phenol exceeds your appetite for pie." Her eyes flick to the reporter. "We'll also send a note to the City Clarion praising the marshal's commitment to public health." The reporter blinks. He came for sin. He may have to print sense. It sits awkwardly on his pencil. The marshal tucks the ordnance away, as if removing a bit of winter from his coat. He glances at Mr. Finch, who has done nothing but lean on the bar with a posture that reminds dollars to behave. Finch nods, once meaning, "Enough, good night," the marshal says, hat tipping, Storm crowding his shoulders. "We'll be in touch. We're here most nights," Tom says. "Bring your appetite and your best self." They leave, and the door closes, and the room does not exhale until the latch says it can. Sound returns last. When it does, it's Wit, landing on a major chord as if he engineered the weather. Birdie collapses into Clara's shoulder and laughs the dangerous laugh of a woman who survived and now must spend the adrenaline somewhere safe. May unwraps her scarf from her neck and from the knife and lays both on the bar like trophies taken without blood. Mary, white but upright, sips broth with a steadier hand than 2 weeks ago. Dr. Simmons packs his bag with the slow dignity of a man who knows he was a hinge in an door. Delia stands still for 3 breaths. Exactly 3 on, then moves. "Notes," she says. Quickly, we report. Deputies' names for the pantry book. Reporters' questions for the ledger of gossip we can redirect. The marshal tells his left eye twitches when he's not sure. His right hand over his coat means he's remembering the cards in his pocket. Tom logs the bottles tapped and not tapped. The coins that hid when the law came in and then reappeared when it left. The men who will come back tomorrow because dignity loves a warm corner. The storm leans into the windows like an old creditor. We lean back with soup and stubborn. Someone, the butcher's boy, probably drops a bundle by the back door, bread wrapped so it won't sulk. Clara tucks half of it into the cold, weak saucer with a note for widows. Delia adds to oranges because winter needs reminders. Will he be back? You ask a soft question you don't want to hear echo. Always, May says, not unkind. But so will we. Next time he'll bring a warrant written by a better clerk. Tom adds, "Next time, I'll be here at 2:45, Dr. Simmons says, deadpan. "If he faints at the smell of phenol, I'll bill the city." Birdie giggles. The room relaxes another notch. Wit plays a tune that sounds like children running in snow they didn't have to shovel. Delia takes a pen and goes to the ledger and writes under ordinances. Inspected, complied, publicly healthy, privately unafraid. She underlines nothing and everything. Around 9, when even winter has to take a breath, the door opens and a woman not one of ours slides in with the windcoat, threadbare eyes, like they already got told no. She is holding a baby tight against her ribs. Silence tilts toward her. She looks like apology that learned to stand. Stove. She asks, not asking for more than heat. Delia angles her head. May is already up with a blanket. Clara is already up with bread. Tom is already pouring coffee that tastes more like mercy than sacrifice. Birdie is already making the baby grin. Birdie can make a potato grin. Mary pats the stool next to her like it belongs to anyone with bones. The woman sits. She sips. She doesn't cry yet. "That's expensive water. B Street boarding house told me to try the church," she says, embarrassed by the sentence. "Church told me to try Neighbors." She lifts the baby like evidence. "Neighbors told me to try here and not to say who said it." "You tried correctly," Delia says. "Where are you sleeping?" "Livery," she says. It comes out like a cough. Baby can't keep his heat. And the horse don't like him. She laughs at that because if she doesn't make fun of her luck, it will marry her. We have a corner, Delia says, with a wave that looks casual and is policy. For passing through. For the night, she doesn't add. For women, for babies, for men who deserve one unpunished mistake. For the town that uses warmth like a ration, the marshal will not write this in his report. The reporter, if he's lucky, will notice and not know how to spell it. We will tuck it where we tuck our other civic contributions, under roofs, under quilts, under stories. Near midnight, the storm decides to take its argument elsewhere. The wind lets go of the door like a man who realized the woman he was pushing is his better. The room is a tired animal settling onto its own feet. We clean the floor by habit's map. We count not for fear, for continuity. We tuck money away and futures away and knives away. The baby sighs. The woman sleeps with her head on the table and no one wakes her because some taxes we are happy to pay tomorrow. Delia says finally, voice down to velvet, we send a basket to the marshal's office labeled Public Health for internal use. Tom nods. We send the editor of the Clarion a note thanking him preemptively for his fair account of tonight's sensible cooperation. Clara nods, pencil already scratching. We add 2 more clinic chairs. We buy more phenol. We make more soup. We lose the habit of being surprised. And we put another $1 in the envelope for D Street, Wit adds softly. Because a house with plumbing carries winter differently. Delia smiles. The warm one, reserved for us and for plans that survived kicking. Yes, she says. And we write to Sarah and tell her the ocean can keep its drama. We have plenty. You go to the window and look out at a world that remembered frostbite. Snow lies thick on the sill white like a blank page nobody asked for. There are tracks in it already cat, boy, deputy, butcher, banker stories, laid down unconsciously. Tomorrow the sun will cut them into a relief map and the town will pretend it meant every step. Tonight, in the circle of lamplight, inside a building the law tried to name and failed. Women who know the price of heat stand closer to it and share. You press your palm to the cold glass and leave your print. Birdie presses hers next to yours like a child decorating a cave. May presses hers lower, near the latch. Tom's big hand covers both. Clara chooses a clean square. Mary steady sets hers carefully, like learning to write again. Delia doesn't press hers at all. She touches the ledger instead. When you climb the stairs, the hallway smells like soap and reprieve. You unbuckle your knife and feel, briefly, your thigh without its discipline. You slide the tin from under the floorboard and check without counting. Enough, not for the whole winter. For tonight, and therefore for tomorrow. You tuck it back and draw the blanket up and let the sound of a baby sleeping in the room below make you believe for one more storm that a building like this can be a city's best-kept truth, outside. The wind remembers a song it forgot. Inside, wit plays it better. Asterisk smoke in a wooden town doesn't smell like danger at first. It smells like supper, like the laundress's boiler, like a neighbor who won't admit he nods off with a pipe. Then there's a note underneath it, tin sharp, resin bright, a pitch that makes your skin decide to be a drum. That's the line between someone's cooking and someone's losing their house. Birdie smells it before anyone. Of course she does. Something's wrong, she says, head snapping up mid-giggle, eyes gone wide the way a foal's go at thunder. Wit's hands land on the wrong chord and hang there, as if the piano itself forgot the next sentence. Tom is already moving. the persuader replaced with a bucket that appears from nowhere. Miss Delia lifts her head and does not shout. She has a voice for fire that doesn't make the flames feel invited. Positions, she says. And the room, which last week learned how to be inspected, now learns how to burn in the ways that don't take you with it. There is a plan, of course, there is. It lives in our bones, because here, fire isn't a story. It's a neighbor you tolerate. Rule for fire 1. Water is faster if it's waiting. Our buckets hang by the back door like hats. 2. Hair up, skirts pinned. 3. Paper later, people now. Delia broke that once and has forgiven herself exactly half. 4. If the wind says go, you go. Pride is fuel. Tom shoulders the back door, and the night shoves back hot. In the alley, the world is orange where it should be black. Flames chew at the golden slippers livery, the dry boards popping like men who stood up too fast. The wind is wrong-angled to drive heat straight into the throat of our block. Alarm. Someone down the street bellows. The town bell on B Street stutters into motion clang, clang. Clang Virginia City's shared heartbeat when all the others start to race, wit. Delia says without looking away from the door. Water from Mr. Lee's. He won't wait to be asked, but ask anyway. Respect keeps a town. Wit doesn't nod. He's already running stocking, feet sliding, then grip, then gone into snow made slick by heat. In 2 breaths, Mr. Lee and Daniel appear with poles across their shoulders and buckets swaying, the water slopping with determination. Behind them, 3 men from the Union Hall and 2 boys who should be in bed, and the butcher's boy with a side of beef, which is a word that changes shape when houses start to glow from the wrong side. Line there, Tom calls, pointing with the authority of a man who knows where wood gives up and where it sulks. From Lee's tub to the alley fence, you take your place, skirt hitched, hair pinned, hands ready. Water comes from the laundry yard in a chain of arms, bucket to bucket, the weight travelling as if it were a song. This is not delicacy. This is labour with heat pressed against it. Birdie sings because somebody has to keep us in time. 1, 2 pa. 1, 2 pass. She chanced, voice high, rhythm steady. Daniel adds a drum with his feet, stomp stomp on the cleared board stretch. May's eyes never leave the flame front. She measures, she calculates. She waits for the moment to tell Tom to move 3 feet left, because that's where the fire will pretend to be not. She is right. She is always right. Delia disappears and returns with the ledger under one arm and the small black book under the other. People first, she says aloud to no one, as she stows them under the bar where the wood is thickest and the floor remembers it's a shield. Then she takes her place in the line, skirts pinned to her knees, hands steady as a banker counting someone else's fortune. The marshal arrives without swagger, thank goddamned, with 2 men dragging a hose that is more hope than equipment. No hydrants. The town's water plan is 3 drunk standpipes and a prayer. He doesn't waste time on orders that cost us seconds. We pull the slippers back shed, he says to Tom, because he knows who to say it to. Fire break. Tom nods. Mr. Hanrahan the carpenter appears with an axe, as if called by Wood's true name. You and May and 2 lads, with more heart than beard, yank down the lattice that pretended to be a wall. It rips like a bandage off a fever. The fire hesitates, one of those small miracles that hides in physics, then licks sideways, looking for a new meal. Vinegar. Clara shouts, surprising even herself with the idea. Carbolic and vinegar, our daily medicine, become weapons in the oddest war. We slosh them onto canvas and slap the sheets against the wall where heat would like to hitch a ride. The room smells like pickled survival. Birdie coughs and sings anyway, transmuting fear into rhythm. A scream from the alley, the wrong note in any song. Jenny is already there. Of course, she is. He's drunk, she spits, hauling a man by the collar who thought the best solution to fire was lying down behind a barrel. And he's not dying in our yard. Here, Dr. Simmons says, appearing like an honest ghost with a bag that looks too small for the jobs he gives it. Lay him there. He glances at Mary, who has come down against orders because stubbornness is a kind of pulse in this house. You, warm towels? No closer. Mary, a basin, stations herself at the stove, tending heat that gives instead of takes. The golden slipper's roof goes in a belch of sparks. We don't cheer. One less roof is one less piano, Whit says. Hands suddenly on the thing he loves, like men put hands on crossed hearts. He and Tom and Daniel roll it careful away from the window. It creaks like a bereaved wagon. If the glass goes, Whit says to Itius, to the piano, I won't let you take the fire in. He wedges a table against the frame. The glass decides to hold. The Magnolia's girls pour into the alley, Mag herself with her jaw set. Pearl with her sleeves rolled. To others you only know by the nicknames they don't admit in daylight. We make one line now, not to houses. Water doesn't care who earned it. Mag meets Delia's eyes, and they nod once to Generalissimos, with different flags and the same map, corset. Someone gasps. In the half-light you see a woman, a slipper girl collapsed in her doorway. Breath shallow, laces strangling ribs, like the building itself got jealous. May is on her in 3 strides, knife out, hatpin shining. Hold still, she orders, not because the girl can, but because the night needs the sound of command. The blade slides between fabric and panic. The laces snap. The girl drags in a breath like a whole river. Later, men will laugh in bars about women fainting. Now they will shut up while one lives. The church door bursts open to streets over, and out pour the ladies who practiced averting their eyes at our lint. Hats off, hair pinned tight. They fall into the line like they are late and ashamed of it. Mrs. Finchbanker's wife, Peach Pie Saint, takes a bucket from Mr. Lee without a blink. Her gloves turn the color of honesty. Behind them, the schoolteacher arrives with half her students, eyes round, sleeves rolled, carrying tin cups that will be ridiculous until they are not. B Street cistern, a boy hollers. Frozen, of course it is. The marshal swears in a way that will be repented later if he remembers God after tonight. Then we are the cistern, Delia answers, and the line doubles pace until Birdie's chant becomes a drumbeat. One to pat. Hands slosh, arms burn, shoulders argue. Bones forget to be separate. Fire makes allies. The way debt makes enemies. Mr. Finch's clerksmen who go home smelling of ink and coin form a rope line and pull down the slipper's back stair as if it insulted their arithmetic. The newspaper man, to his credit and our surprise, throws instead of writing. His pencil is in his teeth, and his face looks younger without its usual smirk of observation, without participation. The marshal lifts planks like pennants. Dr. Simmons becomes 10 men everywhere at once. Bandaging with rags we boiled this morning for a different future. Move, May barks, and we move. Because the wind shifts, and the fire leaps into the corner of our lot with a fox's cunning. Tom is there first with a blanket dark as midnight. He slams it down and the flame sulks out. Wit brings a second wet, ugly, heavy and lays it like a hand on a fevered brow. Birdie drops to her knees and slaps at an ember with both palms. Bird, you cry, but she is already up, grinning, fingers blistered and proud. Sing later, pay now, she says through her teeth, and keeps passing. Someone shrieks, kerosene. The worst word in a wooden alley. A barrel tips, amber snake. The flame leans in with a lover's grin. Mr. Lee shouts something that means now. And Daniel kicks the barrel into mud as cleanly as if he practiced this disaster every night. The flame flares and dies, cheated of its meal. We cheer then, one full-throated note, because permission is good for strength. Time goes elastic. Minutes inflate or snap. You learn something true about yourself. You will never put in a letter. You are strong exactly where your fear is loudest. Your arms become a rope. Your back becomes the argument you win with. At some difficult hour the slipper gives up with a sound like a spent sigh. Fire eats the rest without appetite. The wind, bored, turns its head. Heat thins. Smoke changes, color angrier at first, then ashamed. Water continues moving because it's easier to stop desire than momentum. Then stillness, the second most frightening thing the night can give. Count, Delia says hoarsely. Everyone we do. Tom runs names like beads through fingers. May hear bird, owl, hear, Clara, present with vinegar, Mary, sitting on a drunk, warm wit. Ask the piano, piano. Wit rests his forehead against the scarred wood. Here he answers for it, and the room laughs because survival borrows humor at a good rate. Magnolia. Delia calls to Mag. She lifts her chin. 5, she says. Lovey's gone, the name cuts. The hole it leaves smokes different. The slipper. No one answers. The slippers Madam stands in the ruin of her doorway, hands empty. Delia walks over, presses something unseen into that woman's palm, and turns away. Later, we'll learn it was the amount of rent we won't miss, and she will. The marshal leans on his knees, gulping air like an honest man. He straightens and meets Delia's eyes. Thank you, he says. And he doesn't mean for compliance this time. He means for not letting his city be smaller than it has to be. You can regulate us tomorrow, Delia replies. And if a smile exists under the soot, it's not the polite kind. He nods, not in defeat, but in the relief of a man who saw his job without a costume for a night. Mrs. Finch peels off her ruined gloves and smooths her hair that has become an opinion. We'll need a fund, she says briskly. For pumps, for a proper cistern, for she looks around and meets Mr. Lee's steady gaze, for paying those who put out our fires before we thought to ask. Civic contributions, Tom murmurs, and even the marshal grins. Inside we wring out towels that used to be tablecloths and now are medals. Clara pours coffee that tastes like honesty and ash. Dr. Simmons sets Birdie's hands in a bowl that steams like forgiveness. Mary passes bowls of stew as if ladling out absolution. Mag leans against our doorframe like she's finally allowed to be tired within inches of us. Wit opens the piano and plays 3 notes that sound like wood agreeing to keep being furniture. It's out of tune, now he'd did that and... He smiles at the wounded sound, like a soldier showing off a new scar. You'll sing crooked for a little while, he tells it. So will we, Delia, who saved people before paper like she promised, and then saved the paper anyway because she is both. goes to the bar and brings out the ledger. The page she opens isn't the one with ordinances or numbers night. It's one you haven't seen, already half full with rules and names, and a sketch of the alley that is so accurate you can smell smoke in the pencil. She writes, golden slipper, magnolia standing, silver queen scars, not surrender. Then below it she writes, neighbors past water, marshal past pride, town past a test it didn't study for. We make a new saucer and Clara writes on the card with a hand that doesn't shake. Pump fund. Delia sets a whole $1 in it. And then another, her face steady, her eyes damp. Mrs. Finch adds a ring. Simplan says, hold this until the fund is real. It kept my finger warm for 10 years. Let it heat water now. Birdie, who can't afford anything, puts in a curl of ribbon. Luck, she says. And a reminder to look pretty telling the council what to buy. Somewhere, beyond the ring of our windows, the newspaperman writes words that one T embarrasses, because tonight would embarrass him if he tried. He sits on a stoop, black with smoke, and drafts a sentence without sneer. We'll cut it out if it's decent and paste it into the ledger like proof the world saw us do. Something besides survive dot at the back. The woman with the baby from last week slips in, drawn by heat and the smell of stew. She hands us a stack of kindling she'd been hoarding, as if paying rent in the only currency she's rich in. Delia takes it like money and thanks her like family dot when dawn comes. It comes sideways, low, red, the kind of light that makes everything look heroic and ridiculous. Snow holds ash in its white-like punctuation. The slipper steams, a carcass at the edge of our morning. Men stand with hats off, suddenly quiet. Women stand with them, sleeves rolled. Children count rivulets in the street and try to name the patterns. We open the door and the day steps in, hat in hand. The room smells like soup and bravery and scorched varnish. Tom sweeps up a carpet of black that used to be air and dumps it into a bucket like yesterday he dumped water. May cleans her knife and does not look like a woman who ever trembles. Birdie falls asleep sitting up, mouth open, hands bandaged, beautiful in the way victory makes everyone. Mary eats a second bowl and doesn't apologize. Wit tunes one string and lets the others sulk. Delia takes the D Street deed from the safe and lays it flat on the bar. Soot marks the edges like eyebrows. Brick, she says, not a question, not a dream. Tin roof. Pump in the yard. Cistern under. Her voice is hoarse, not from smoke, though that chew, but from the weight of real plans. We will not keep trusting luck to wear our livery. Mr. Finch stops in the doorway, hair damp from melted courage, and clears his throat. When the bank opens, he says, come see me about that lot. The rate we offered last quarter seems. The marshal steps in behind him, less tall this morning, more human. He sets a folded paper on the bar with the embarrassed care of a man returning a pie plate. It is not an ordinance. It is a list. Volunteer company, he says. Names. He has put Silver Queen on it in his own hand. We'll drill on Tuesdays, he adds. And you imagine a line on B Street that includes laundresses and bankers and boys with spoons. Bring your buckets, he says. Bring your rules. Delia nods. We have both, she says. When it's finally quiet enough to taste your own breath, you step to the window. The glass wears our handprints from the night 5 ghosts of palms. You set yours where it was, and the match surprises you. For a minute, you let yourself be one of the 5, instead of one alone. May's print is lower, practical. Birdie's is smeared with the start of a heart. Tom's covers too much. Mary's sits careful and round. Yours is where fear turned to work. Delia's isn't there. She doesn't leave prints. She leaves plans. You head upstairs on legs that complain like an old stove. In the room, the knife unbuckles and the skirt falls and the mattress discovers you as if you were on your way home to it all night. Before you drop, you slide out the tin and check not counting, just inventory of faith. Still there, a coin more than yesterday pump fund or sing a needle, or the right pair of boots to run on wet planks. You tuck it back and, for the first time since you arrived, you make a new list on a scrap of paper you keep in the hem of your dress. Fireline rules, buckets live by doors. Carpets drown well if you let them. Knives cut laces faster than prayers. Mr. Lee first. Pride burns. People don't. Brick is a kind of lullaby. We sing in time. We live in time. Ledger after lungs. Don't forget left in purpose names, even when the room is orange. When the wind shifts, you will too. You fold the paper and sew it into the hem with 3 quick stitches. A secret rule set where only you will find it when the next bell rings. There will be a next bell. That's not prophecy. That's weather. But also a next letter from Sarah, a next numbers night, a next Sunday pie you will slice into too many pieces on purpose. The town will keep pretending it learned something. We will actually have learned it. You sleep then, not the collapse of the burned, but the earned rest of the built. Downstairs, the pump fund saucer waits for coins and decisions. The piano will sulk for a day and then remember its job. The marshal will return with a drill schedule and awkward gratitude. The reporter will try to write about vice and find himself praising women who do arithmetic with water. Mr. Lee will send a bucket with a note that says simply, neighbors. Mrs. Finch will shop for brick catalogues she never imagined touching when you wake. Ash will have settled, and coffee will be new, and the ledger will have a fresh line under Fireline with your handwriting on it, neat despite the way your hands shook. The Silver Queen will smell like soup and smoke and something else future. Maybe spelled with tin and pump and the kind of courage you don't put in a broadsheet because it doesn't sell. It lives. The morning after the fire remembers ash but prefers possibility. Smoke has been demoted to rumor, and the wind that bullied last night stands around pretending it never met us. When you open the front door to sweep, the world is new in the particular way that means work more than wonder. On the bar sits a letter with a name that is not Sarah's. In a hand you know like your own. Clara put it under the sugar bowl like sugar could make ocean sentences sweeter. You don't open it yet. That's discipline or superstition. Choose either. Miss Delia nods at it on her way past, eyes saying later, hands saying now. She has the deed to the D Street lot laid flat like a patient on her ledger. The map is penciled with a new anatomy. Tin roof, brick wall, cistern 20 barrels, pump yard, hand crank, clinic north light, kitchen stove with scents. In the margin she has written the sentence you heard her say last night in her hoarse fire voice. We will not keep trusting luck to wear our livery dot. At 9 sharp, Mr. Finch comes with his hair combed, purposefully, and his respectability buttoned to the throat. He closes the door himself, a courtesy he normally out. Miss Delia, he says, hat in hands, about D Street. About D Street, she answers, and the way she says it makes the room sit up. They parley over figures like prayers. He starts with numbers that remember smoke. She counters with ones that remember buckets. He produces talk of assessed risk. She produces coins from the saucer labeled pump fund, sets them on the counter, and says, "We manufacture safety. Price that in." He tries a morality clause. She slides him a clean ribbon birdie's luck offering and tells him it will look fine tied around the city council's fire engine that only exists in proposals. He chuckles, then coughs at his own humor, glance flicking at you like he hopes you didn't hear it. Rate, he concedes, finally, writing a smaller number with the ashamed vigor of a man taking off a tight collar. And a note, he adds, tapping the paper, that you will engage local trades. We will engage competent trades, Delia says. Sometimes those are local. Sometimes they speak better brick than English. He understands exactly what she means and exactly who she means. He glances toward the window, where Mr. Lee and Daniel are restringing a wash line. "You'll have noise from the council," he says carefully. "You'll have noise from me if you cheapen the work." "We don't cheapen," she replies, voice warm as soup. "We pay fair and require better than fair. It's why you drink here and not at the Slipper," he signs. She signs. The deed looks sleeker wearing new ink. You finally open the letter because you cannot be a person, and not because Sarah's words are a rope you've been holding even while your hands carried buckets. Dear you, the ocean is something else. It sounds like a long story your grandfather tells when he thinks you're asleep, soft, endless, and sometimes a little mean. I have 3 clients who like their hems even and their gossip uneven. I charge extra for the latter. The window in my room opens without arguing. I think of you when I smell starch and when I hear a piano through a wall, out of tune on purpose. I bought a sign that says Sarah Linens and dressmaking and didn't put it out because I'm not ready for my name to be a door yet. Soon, tell Birdie. I haven't married any teeth. Tell May her pin has already advertised itself twice. Tell Delia her map was right about the man on the step who says ma'am like he invented the word. I did not give him my ticket. Tell Tom the coffee here is better and the people worse, which I suppose keeps a city honest. Left on purpose. You read it aloud to the girls who wanted every syllable, and Wit sets it to a little tune under his breath you can't hear until you do. Delia tucks the letter between 2 pages of the ledger like a pressed flower. For the wall, she says, and you do not ask which wall. Some questions deserve their own solutions. By lunch, we are a project. Mr. Hanrahan arrives with a roll of plans in his head and a pencil in his teeth. Brick, he asks, skeptical. I know a man. Price is not for prayers. Who's his kill? Delia asks, which is code for, will your politics confuse your arithmetic? Out by 6 Mile, he says. Names low, good clay, hot fire. Bricks ring like coins when you tap 'em. He pauses, measuring the room like a carpenter measures wind. Some folks will scowl. Some folks scowled last night while our alley burned, Delia says. We will buy our brick from the man who makes the best ones. Mr. Lee lifts a hand. From the window in a gesture so small it might be a bow or a weather report. Daniel grins. The butcher's boy peeks in and offers to haul for half the usual because he likes where this story is going. At 2, the marshal drops off a form he clearly wrote himself, volunteer bucket company roll and drill, and, looking like he can't help it, says, if you're buying brick, I've got a cousin can source tin sheets. He adds quickly, wholesale. He waits. A little boy hoping we don't make fun of his helpfulness. Put him on the list, Delia says, already mentally pairing tin with rain. He exhales. We pretend not to see it. The council meeting is announced by a notice pinned crooked on the post office door. Special session building permits and public nuisance zone. That last phrase crawls. Men drink on the porch of the Clarion office and pretend not to read it. Women carry bread under shawls and read it twice. Mrs. Finch takes off her gloves to sign the petition somebody else started that says we like pumps. Children draw little bricks in the dust. We bring our ledgers to the meeting and our good boots, the ones that require you to stand like you own your legs. The church's back room pretends to be a town hall. Benches complain. The councilmen sit in a row like teeth the town hasn't flossed. The first speaker is Reverend Halcombe, whose cheeks always look slapped from a prior life. He says words like decency and blight and our daughters and paints a map of public nuisance zones that would push houses like ours out past the windbreak, where water is a theory and heat is something you send boys to cut with mules. He does not say the word fire. He does not have to. Everyone here has ash in their hair. Asterisk, Mrs. Finch rises. She is not tall, but suddenly the room is shorter. D Street stood, she says, in that people don't clap at council meetings. They cough in agreement. Today sounds like a storm trying to say amen. Mr. Lee speaks next, which surprises men who think laundries are quiet. He steps into the aisle, hands folded politely, voice as steady as boiling. I sell water, he says, and carry, and ask no questions when you need both. He looks toward us without looking at us, which is what respect looks like when the town is watching. Brick from Mr. Lowe rings true. Tin keeps sparks out. These women pay on time. If you are making zones, make one where the pump goes, and we will stand in it together. The newspaperman scribbles with a pen that doesn't squeak this time. The marshal, who has no vote, sits in the back with his hat in his lap like contrition and says nothing, which is how men in uniform support you when they cannot write it down. To men mine owners argue both sides, as mine owners will. One worries about reputation, the other about lost wages if the town burns. One mentions investment. The other mentions his own house's proximity to E Street with a look that says fear and not shame. Neither mentions that they come by here on Thursdays when the clinic is open and call it charity to themselves. Delia speaks last, by design. She steps to the front with the ledger open knot, the decoy, the one that holds our anatomy. My name is Miss Delia, she says to a room that has called her other things with other faces. I run the Silver Queen. She allows exactly 3 heartbeats to pass while the word settles. If you want to zone us out past the windbreak, write it plain. If you want to keep this block from burning your savings into sky next time the slipper hires a sleepy man with a pipe, approve a permit for a boarding house with brick walls, tin roof, cistern, and pump. Halcombe sputters. She smiles, cheerful as a nail. I board musicians, doctors, and women who would otherwise sleep in livery, she replies. If a man mistakes my parlour for a church, I will not correct him. I will accept the tithe, who pays. A councilman asks, expecting a number that will let him be outraged at leisure. We do, Delia says. With the money you never want to admit smells like your own soap. She lifts her hand, and Clara steps forward with the saucer labelled pump fund. Coins wink like wet eyes. On top, Mrs. Finch's ring looks like a promise that escaped propriety and found a dance card. We will also accept bank terms Mr. Finch will describe in detail. Delia adds, not looking at him, which is an exquisite way to make a man speak. Finch clears his throat. The bank recognizes the civic stability of brick, he says, and the room pretends not to grin. We will extend ordinary terms, he says, then sees Delia's eyebrows and adds, lesser consideration in honor of last night's volunteer service. The vote is 4-3 in favor of a permit for a boarding house on D Street with a tin roof and a cistern, and a pump, the longest synonym for brothel you've ever heard, and maybe the truest. The Reverend storms outside to pray aggressively at the street lamp. The newspaper man writes brick wins and underlines it twice. We walk out into air that feels like someone opened a window in the council's throat. Building starts like rain, with a cloud of men and then suddenly a downpour. Hanrahan sets string like violin lines across dirt that will become floors. Mr. Lowe's wagon arrives with bricks that do, in fact, ring when Daniel taps them. People come from porches to listen. Some listen the way a man listens to a sermon when he suspects it might be about him. We purchase tin from the marshal's cousiner, fair price for sheets that shine like arrogance. We stack them in the yard under a tarp labeled by Clara in sensible script. Future, we dig the cistern. There is a drama in digging a hole you plan to fill with your own safety. The volunteer company shows up on a Tuesday with buckets and curiosity and ends up staying till dusk. The marshal drills us like we're all one body with many hands. Pass, step, set, he chants Birdie's rhythm now at municipal volume. Mrs. Finch arrives in her work dress and throws dirt like a sermon you can stand under. Mr. Lee consults on drainage. Dr. Simmons consults on lining and sanitary distances and everything modern. That means don't drink where you wash. A schoolboy falls in. We pull him out by his ears and then, after his mother stops scolding, let him throw the ceremonial first bucket of Lidot. The Magnolia girls show up with lemonade and a troupe of sturdy jokes. Mag and Delia stand beneath the new beam-like two weather systems that have decided to share a horizon. I'll buy your old doors, Mag says. For my upstairs rooms? Take 'em, Delia answers. Charge men double to walk through history. On Saturday, we host a fireman's frolicker benefit. Dance with ticket stubs you can keep and pride you can't eat, but we'll try. We string lanterns under the scarred alley. Wit plays until his fingers accuse him. Birdie MCs with a voice that turns jokes into fundraisers. Mary reads out the ledger line for Fireline like a psalm. May runs security with hatpin diplomacy. The marshal turns a square with Mrs. Finch and remembers a left turn from a lifetime ago. The reporter, blushing, hands over a piece for the pump fund half, his week's wages, and the phrase for neighbors written on the scrap. The butcher's boy raffles a sausage. A child wins. The town briefly considers whether jokes about it are decent and decides tonight they are. Laying brick turns out to be hymn, work rhythm, weight, memory. You learn mortar in your wrists and patience in your spine. Daniel shows you how to butter a brick edge without slop. Mr. Lowe himself stands by the pallet once, eyeing the lay, tapping random bricks with knuckle quickness. True, he says, grinning a little. His teeth look like work done right. Some men scowl from the shade and then come closer because scowling is poor entertainment compared to a wall standing itself. We embed things as we build. Superstitions you can live in. Under the threshold, Delia tucks 3 pennies, one from each year she almost didn't make it. Polished to a brash innocence. Birdie slips a ribbon into the corner joint near the parlor window, so the light will flirt. May sets a dull hatpin beneath the clinic room sill, in case a man needs persuading to leave. Clara slides a folded recipe for onion syrup into the kitchen wall, for coughs and other shortages. Tom presses a square of the old bar into a column, dented, honest. You copy a line from Sarah's letter of the ocean sounds, like a long story your grandfather tells onto a scrap and hide it behind a brick near the upstairs, landing where the stairs will always remember to creak kindly on a Thursday. The council's sudden hydrant committee, which did not exist until the night we burned, comes by to inspect the cistern and model how useless their meetings could be without us. They ask questions that have answers. They nod and take credit in advance. Mrs. Finch insists they put their names on the bucket-brigade roll anyway. They do, with the shame particular to men who can be useful and were not until women showed them the map. The first sheet of tin goes up on a blue day that remembers winter but rehearses spring. It sings, "There is no other word for the sound of tin sliding over your roof, fastened by hands that learned buckets first." Hanrahan hammers with the rhythm of Birdie's chant. Mr. Lowe stands back and applauds once, like a craftsman who recognizes a different craft. The marshal's cousin wipes his brow and says, "That'll shed sparks like a duck sheds sermons." We laugh, because you have to when a metaphor arrives, dressed for church, that night. Because the world loves symbolism even when it pretends not to. It rains. Not a storm, not a threat, just a rehearsal. The tin says ping at first, tentative, then ping ping, like a child discovering its echo. We all stand under the eaves in a stupidly cheerful row and let drops hit our faces like the first time you believed a promise and it didn't break. Inside, the clinic room smells like new plaster and phenol, and the idea that health could be planned. Mary stands in it and touches the sill and doesn't cry, which is how you know she might later. Wit plays in the empty parlor. The sound goes up and bounces off tin that answers in a key that will be ours. Tom leans against the doorway, arms crossed, eyes a little soft. May tests the emergency exit latch and says, again, even though it worked the first time. Birdie lies on the new floor and makes a snow angel out of sawdust, and then gets up mortified when she realizes Dr. Simmons saw her, only to giggle when he does the same thing badly. We hold a topping out Hanrahan, insists on the ceremony where a sprig of green goes into the highest beam to announce we made something taller than weather. We add our own twist, a line under Delia's penciled anatomy, written in ink, this time on the beam itself, the letters black as decisions. Ledger after lungs. There's a hush when she writes it, not reverence. We don't keep much of that on hand but agreement. It looks right up there, beside tin and sky. When the rain eases, you sit on the stoop with your knife unbuckled, your hands dirty in the lines that last, your back arguing and losing in the way backs should. You pull out your little hemscrap from the night of the Fireline rules and add one more with blunt pencil. Walls can be honest. Build them anyway. Behind you, the new brick holds its breath like a child being measured for a height mark. Out front, the alley has decided not to remember everything. Mr. Lee walks by, nods without looking. The way on the bar, the ledger waits with a thin layer of dust from the beam sanding. Delia brushes it away with the back of her hand and writes in tidy script under a new heading D straight, house capitalized, and, under that, lines you will read one day and think, this is how you build a thing you're not supposed to have, and make the town say thank you without practicing the word, later. when the lamps are lit in both buildings, old wood and new brick, the street between them looks like a lesson learned out loud. Timber glow on one side, tin glint on the other, the alley a scar and a promise. You hold Sarah's letter up to the light and hear the ocean in the ping of rain on tin. You tuck it back into the ledger and feel a future settle like mortar. Tomorrow there will be prices to argue and furniture to move and names to write in the new registry that says borders when it means the brave. Tomorrow some man will call your house a blight and then send his clerk with a note asking if you can hold a table for Thursday because his cousin is in town and enjoys a hymn. Tonight the tin sings you too. Sleep in a key the town will eventually learn. The brick keeps its counsel and its heat. And you, who used to count other people's sins like coins, count bricks instead and find the math kinder. Asterisk opening day in brick smells different. Wood gives you sugar and ghosts. Brick gives you warm dust and permanence, like someone baked security and set it on the sill to cool. Tin above you ticks in the morning sun little notes of contentment. If the roof is practicing how to handle weather without making it your problem, Miss Delia stands in the new doorway holding a broom like a scepter. The lintel above her has 3 pennies mortared beneath it. None of us will ever step across without touching the beam with 2 fingers, as if greeting old friends who learned to stand still. The sign over the door says boarding house in tidy letters, black on white. The kind of accuracy that lets polite people lie to themselves with dignity. If you tip your head just so you can read a smaller plaque below it. Hand-painted by Birdie with curls and bravado, D Street Hose and Pump Association, Tuesday's dot inside. Rooms wait that you helped imagine into existence. The clinic on the north wall with its window like a sensible eye. Shelves lined with bottles that say phenol and vinegar and hope in labels, Clara lettered with her librarian soul. The parlour whose piano sounds a shade brighter under tin. Wit swears the ceiling gives him back exactly the notes he intends, which is flirtatious of a roof and very on brand for this house. The kitchen, bigger by grace and design, where Tom's stove sits like a black-hearted friend who keeps you honest by burning exactly what you deserve when you get cocky. Bring the chairs, Delia says, and we carry in the ones the school borrowed and returned with new respect. Bring the ledger, she adds, and you bring both, the decoy for cops and the real one for continuity. She opens the true ledger to a fresh page and writes, neat and final, D Street open. Under it, the motto she inked on the high beam, ledger after lungs. The letters look at home here, as if the room itself asked for them. Neighbors arrive because building something makes a town remember how to look at one. Another without haggling. Mr. Lee and Daniel bring a bucket of carnations that survived winter under a stubborn porch. Mr. Hanrahan brings his hammer, not because anything needs fixing, but because men like him feel undressed without tools. Mrs. Finch bears a pie and a scroll, the council's permit stamped and smug, with a note she's added in pencil if anyone asks. This is a school annex. The marshal appears with a coil of new hose on his shoulder, a cousin trailing behind with a toolbox and the look of a man who has finally found the shape of his usefulness. Mag from the Magnolia comes at the head of a little procession, her girls with lemonade, a basket of lemons shining like gold coins in ordinary clothes. She stands in the doorway and nods at Delia like 2 generals reviewing a roof. Brick suits you, she says. Tin makes you sound taller. You'll borrow both on Fridays, Delia replies, and Mag smirks. Because honesty between rivals is a rare luxury they both know how to afford now. We christened the pump, with water from Mr. Lee's biggest tub, an inaugural gulp that tastes like policy with a lime wedge. Whit plays a tune he wrote that morning, something jaunty that remembers buckets without weeping over them. Birdie hangs ribbons from the pump handle and the new cistern lid, and from the marshal's wrist when he isn't looking. He startles, then wears it the rest of the day like he planned to, which is how men learn. You'll drill here? Mrs. Finch asks the marshal, polite as a dagger wrapped in bunting. Tuesdays, he says. 7 sharp. He glances at us. We expect attendance from boarders. We expect attendance from bankers. Delia returns. And Mr. Finch, who has arrived late, pretending he meant to nods, and signs his name on the roll with a flourish that makes his pen squeak remorse into the paper. Daniel adds his name below. The butcher's boy, Prince. Tom, because Tom is busy carrying the piano's bench like a man protecting a throne. We tour like proud thieves showing off stolen time. The parlor winks. The clinic smells like the future trying to be polite. In the kitchen, Mary runs her hand over the counter's smooth edge and narrows her eyes as if testing a seam. This, she says, just that, and it is approval enough to float a ferry. May Jimmy's the emergency latch twice, announces it acceptable. Then sets a hat pin under the sill and taps it in with a fingertip like sealing a pact. A little girl peeks around her mother's. Skirt the schoolteacher brought her, brave and a bit giddy. Is this where you keep the buckets? The child asks, and Birdie kneels and shows her the pump with a flourish, letting the handle move once so the water makes its throat-clearing sound. We keep them where we can reach them faster than fear, Birdie says. The girl nods as if told where the sky sleeps. 2 men from the Clarion arrive looking like they meant to cover a scandal and stumbled into a bake sale. The younger one, the reporter who learned how to pass a bucket before he learned how to choose a headline, snaps his notebook without opening it. We'd like an interview, he says, voice hovering between penitent and professional. Delia gives them the tour with the exact amount of vulnerability she calculated in a mirror an hour ago. Clinic chair, pump, inspection roster, the line in the ledger where we wrote inspected, complied, publicly healthy, privately unafraid. She lets them see the saucer on the bar labeled widows and water and the list on the wall titled left on purpose, no forwarding address, with 3 names under it and a 4th space drawn in pencil. As if Hope requested a seat. Why not put your own names? The older reporter asks, gesturing at the left on purpose list with the careful finger of a man who knows names have prices. Because most doors still lock from the outside, Delia says mildly, and because some stories belong to the teller, not the town. The younger one writes brick, tin, and rules at the top of his page and underlines it twice. Maybe the paper is learning a new beat. Infrastructure by late afternoon. The ribbon around the parlor doorway has endured 6 public speeches, Mrs. Finch on civic virtue, Mr. Lee on drainage, the marshal on drills, Hanrahan on the noble humility of mortar, Dr. Simmons on antisepsis with a joke so dry it evaporated 2 feet from his mouth, and finally Whit on the key of tin, which made the children laugh because he used the word ping too seriously. Delia cuts the ribbon with a pair of iron shears that could sever an argument. Boarders, she says, raising her glass of lemonade, welcome home. Business comes. Of course it does. Houses are languages, and men are fluent in reading open doors. Miners with their wages counted in the shape of their shoulders. Ranch hands in Sunday shirts that kindly pretend not to know what day it is. A banker's clerk with a cautious eye and a pocket that can afford to forget itself once. We sell coffee and conversation and, yes, company. We sell quiet without shame and noise without apology. The old routines move into new rooms like seasoned tenants. Birdies laugh as inventory. May's hatpin diplomacy, Clara's pencil as sheriff of the bar. Tom's steady presence a bridge between past and tin. And yet, brick changes the way your breath sits in your body. Tin above tempers the racket of rain to a lullaby the nerves can trust. The pump's steady clank outside is the sound of consequence we can call ours. You work in a sentence that ends with because we built it more often now, and that grammar matters near dusk. When the light turns the alley to honey and the pump crew drills just because it feels good to practice victory. A wagon pulls up with a crate the size of Witt's piano bench and twice as promising. The driver is a boy with salt in his hair and mischief in his grin who calls everything boss, and winks at the pump like it's alive. Delivery for Miss Delia, he says, from San Francisco. Paid in full, he adds, like a benediction. Tom and Hanrahan wrestle the crate inside. Delia pries it open with the reverence of a woman buying a future on layaway and finally owning the receipt. Inside, iron, shiny as sin, and for the D Street boarding house, it says, which will mend more than linen. Start a seamstress fund. First lesson free for any girl who brings a clean apron and a stubborn jaw. For a moment, the room is loud with quiet. Birdie's hand to her mouth. May's eyes soft as unthreatened steel. Clara blinking as if someone dusted her tears. Wit striking a chord so gentle it can't possibly be his. Mary steps forward like a woman who has waited in line longer than the world knew it had a line. She touches the iron throat of the machine, and then the ribbon, and then the card. Stubborn jaw, she murmurs, patting her own as if recognizing herself from a wanted poster. We set the machine near the parlor window, because light is a currency it will need. Tom bolts it to the table. Hanrahan fetches a spool from nowhere. How carpenters come by notions is a question for a friendlier God. Birdie ties the ribbon back on just because. Mary sets her foot on the treadle, cautiously, then with delight as the wheel takes her ankle's rhythm and reflects it back as competence. The needle clacks a quick, exact music. She feeds cloth under it like a prayer you can wear. You'll run a class, Delia says again, not a question. Evenings before music. 2 nickels for women, a nickel for girls. Free for anyone who says the word apprentice without swallowing it. Mary nods, cheeks pink in a way that looks like health, not heat. I'll charge men extra, she says, deadpan. And the room laughs, the relieved laugh of a house that just bought itself one more exit, later. When business slackens into the hour, when stories drink tea and whiskey takes notes. You take your tin out and count not coin, exactly, but days you can see from here. There's enough for a pair of boots that will not slip on wet planks. A coat lined for dignity, and something else that you haven't named because you learned from Sarah to let a plan season. You write a line on the hemscrap sewn inside your dress, adding to your private Fireline rules litany. Teach a trade where the music is. Call it survival in a key the town can hum. The marshal, newly human since the Fireline christened him with smoke like an unwanted sacrament, leans on the pump fence and watches Mary sew and Birdie flirt with the lemonade, and Wit coax the tin into harmony. He clears his throat. We'll need a name for the company, he says, meaning the bucket-brigade, meaning the group that now includes laundresses and bankers, carpenters and cowboys, children with spoons and women with hatpins. Queen's Own, Tom suggests, too quick, grinning. Not ours, Delia counters. The town's will be here when it calls, but it should be able to call without asking our permission. She looks at the little girl, the schoolteacher's shadow cast like encouragement on the stoop. Comstock neighbors, she decides. The marshal writes it on his roll with a weight that looks like repentance becoming practice. The reporter returns with a proof of tomorrow's article. He holds it like he's loaning part of his reputation. Brick and tin open on D Street. Ladies, boarding house, touts, pump, clinic, and lessons underneath. A sentence that watches its own step. Last night's frolic raised funds toward a cistern already in place. Overseen by Dr. Simmons and Mr. Lee. The Marshal's new volunteer company will drill here weekly. There is a paragraph at the end, an indulgence perhaps, where he writes carefully, "Some stories you thought you knew have rooms you never saw. Go, look." Delia approves with one eyebrow. "Leave out ladies," she says mildly. It lies from both directions. He laughs and nods and crosses it out with a scratch that looks like evolution. Night falls without drama. The tin sinks it down. We light lamps that leave the corners alone. The first storm after we moved in will come some day, and we will test our beam and our motto and our pump like we meant it. Raids will be threatened, then postponed at opportune moments. New ordinances will be written by men who would benefit from fewer girls but more brick. Babies will be warmed on our kitchen benches. A widow will leave a bundle at the back door with a note pinned to it. "I'll be back when the road is kind." We will hold both the bundle and the belief in roads. We have shelves for that now. A letter arrives 2 weeks later with its own weather. Sarah, a hand steady enough to draw a pattern in the margins. "Signs up," she writes. "Customers complain it's crooked. I tell them it's honest. I charge extra for hems after church because men step on them more on Sundays. Tell Mary, the singer's little cousin here, behaves if you sweet-talk the belt. Tell Birdie I kissed a man's teeth goodnight and not hello. Tell you," and here she scratches out something you'll never learn and writes. "Tell you I keep the ocean folded in my pocket during the day and take it out at night so I remember not to sit still." We read it at shift change. Birdie fans herself with the envelope. May snorts and pretends her eye isn't shiny. Tom says, "Ocean sounds like a pump that never runs out," and you believe him. Delia copies one line into the ledger under left on purpose. "I remember not to sit still." That's as good a rule as any we've written in this house of rules that hold. On a Sunday. We carry chairs to the school without being asked. On a Tuesday, the Comstock neighbors drill and a bucket tips and a child laughs and the marshal does not scowl. On a Thursday, the clinic fills and Dr. Simmons brings a younger doctor to learn. A boy with soft hands who looks at our phenol and our vinegar and our rules and says, "This is more organized than the hospital, and you do." Not tell him that hospitals have money and our budget is buckets and bravado. On a Friday, Mag borrows 3 quilts because her boiler sulked. She returns them washed and a bottle better. On a Saturday, a dress with a collar stitched tight with stubbornness leaves the parlor in the arms of a girl who traded 2 nickels and a recipe for bread. Time, your true currency, passes in exacting little coins. You spend it pinning hair, pouring coffee, checking hands for dirt that says wages are available. You invest it in letters and drills and lessons and the boy from the livery who has stopped flinching when he knocks on our back door to ask for bread for his mother. You save it in tins and habits and in the wall where your handwriting lives behind a brick that warms when the stove behaves. One night, long after the last lamp should have yielded to sleep, you step out under the eave to listen to the neighborhood you helped build. Tin clicks as it lets go of heat. The pump creaks to a stop because someone couldn't resist a last pull. The alley smells like lemon and lye and pie and possibility. Across the way, the silver queen old wood, new wisdom glows like memory that refused to burn. The magnolias upstairs windows are coins tossed toward a dark that sometimes returns change. Farther down, where the slipper had its last argument, there is a square of lot where grass has the audacity to grow between ashes. Someone planted a lilac near the fence. In spring, it will invade the respectable side because flowers do not recognize zones. You press your palm on the new glass and leave a quiet print. Beside it, other hands appear birdy, grinning. May, practical. Tom, broad as a door. Mary, steady as a stitch. Even the marshal, one evening at drill, laughing as the pump splashed him, pressed his hand there too, and later looked away when he saw it, bashful as a boy who got caught liking something good. Inside. The ledger lies open to tomorrow because Delia made a page called that and refused to be embarrassed about planning for it. Under the header she began a list. She writes when the house sleeps and the pencil sounds like a roof in rain. Pay Mr. Lowe. Bricks earned, drill the little ones first. Right, Saraton sings, Clinicad, second chair. Lessons posed, stubborn jaws, welcome Fireline, update rules, widows. Ocean ask for recipe, Birdie insisted on this line. You add your own note in the margin before she comes back with a new pot of coffee that will be terrible and perfect. Remember, we are a house that teaches the town how to be its better self without insisting it admit the source. It's long. Clara will tighten it later. For now, it feels like truth spelled with tin and brick and a singer's clatter. What it is like to be a Wild West brothel worker in a house like this. It is like being a firefighter with rouge, a social worker with a knife in her garter, a small town treasurer with a ledger that dares to include tenderness as a line item. It is like learning a language the town will never speak in public but uses in emergencies, neighbors. It is being the woman at the basin and the woman at the ballot no one will let you cast. The woman who writes rules that keep lungs above ledger and then balances both anyway. It is not romance, though there are moments. It is not despair, though you will meet it and shake its hand and take its measure and sell it a glass of water with vinegar. It is not an ending. It is a series of exits someone's got to build so other women can walk through them without learning the map the hard way. Tin above, brick around, pump out back, clinic to your left, ledger on the bar, knife on your thigh, hatpin in your sleeve, carbolic by the basin, vinegar in the kitchen, singer by the window, rules in your hem. You lock the door because you can. You leave the lamp by the ledger burning because some page is read better by that light. You climb the stairs you insisted crick where they should and keep quiet where they must. You sleep under tin that keeps the sky's temper on the safe side of theatre. You dream not of cowboys or bankers, but of pumps and bricks and girls with stubborn jaws, of letters that smell like oceans, of lilacs that ignore fences, of a boy who will one day tell someone that the best coffee in Virginia City tasted like safety, and phenol and women who paid. for a roof twice and let him stand under it. Anyway, morning will come with a list. Good, we're good at lists. We have a ledger for tomorrow and the kind of hands that can hold a broom and a bucket, and a knife and a pen without dropping any of them. We have rules that let breath in first. We have a door that says boarding house and means we will not burn. We have the city's worst kept secret, that when the bell rings fire, ordnance, hunger, winter, it will be our hands, rouged and rough, that lift, and we will. Because that is what it is like to be a Wild West brothel worker under tin and over brick, with a pump in the yard and a singer by the window. You build a life the town uses and pretends it didn't. You build it anyway. Asterisk.